Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Mr Scott, I'll take the day's appearances.
May it please, I appear with Miss Berry for the first witness this morning.
Thank you. Ms Hagen.
Commissioner, I appear today with Mr Prosciutto for the Commonwealth.
Thank you. And then we've got some extras, so...
Commissioner, my name is McHugh. I appear with my learned friend Mr Sherman for Mr Webber, who I think is the third of the PricewaterhouseCoopers witnesses, and for the firm.
Thank you.
Commissioner, my name is Izzo, IZZO. I appear with my learned friend Mr Mitchell for Mr Frank van Hagen, who is, I think, the second witness today, instructed by Kingwood Mallisons, and we also appear for the firm.
All right, thank you. And...
Commissioner, my name is Holmes. I appear for Mr Ty Bowe, who is a witness of PwC Australia, and also appear for the firm.
Right, thank you. Is that all? Yes. Now, you're calling Ms Collins first.
Yes, Commissioner.
Do you want to not before time? How long do you think?
I think we'll make it to the morning break.
All right, so not before 11:30, it seems. If you want to go and have a cup of coffee, entirely up to you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
The other thing that I want to do at the outset is just give the ruling from yesterday on the non-publication order. The Commonwealth sought a non-publication order on the ground of public immunity privilege in respect of a statement made by the Honourable Stuart Robert MP in the course of his giving evidence yesterday. I do not propose to make the order, so it's simplest if I identify the statement and then explain briefly why the public interest immunity claim is not upheld. Mr Robert was challenged about his defence to the media of the practice of averaging on 14 December 2019, when the previous day the Expenditure Review Committee had accepted, in effect, that averaging could not be used as a sole basis to raise debts. His explanation was that the ERC minute recording that decision required agreement between the Prime Minister, Treasurer, Minister for Finance, the Attorney-General and him before any announcement was made, so he had no choice but to dissimulate. I don't propose to revisit what I've said in previous rulings as to the principles on which public interest immunity determinations are to be made. I adopt those earlier observations for the purpose of this ruling. Here there is the obvious public interest attaching to the confidentiality of Cabinet discussions, and Mr Roberts' statement allows it to be inferred that there was agreement in ERC that any announcement of the decision made there should await the consent of the identified ministers. But in circumstances where a ruling has already been made in favour of revealing the subject matter of the relevant decision, who had to agree to its announcement seems highly tangential and of minimal current importance. Against that, the public interest in procedural fairness to Mr Robert in being able to defend himself against the charge of disingenuousness in a context where the Commission will have to make some serious credit findings is powerful. The public interest balance falls in favour of having that evidence available. I'm not sure that Mr Varley was contending that if I reached that conclusion, the non-publication order ought still be made, but in the event that was part of his submission, I would also say that there the stronger public interest is in publication, so that Mr Roberts' defence is readily apparent to all, and so that the evidence on which the Commission is acting when credit findings are inevitably made is open to be seen. For those reasons, I decline to make the non-publication order sought.
Commissioner, may I just indicate that the Commonwealth will not be
appealing?
No.
Thanks very much, Ms Hogan-Doran. That's helpful. Yes, Mr Scott.
Commissioner, at the outset, may I tender the exhibits for today's proceedings on the exhibit list, which I understand that you have. They are exhibits numbered 6378 to 6477.
Yes, exhibits 6378 through to 6477, according to the descriptions in the list, and the numbers there are admitted. Thank you.
Commissioner, I call Tenille Collins.
Ms Collins, will you take an oath or an affirmation?
An oath, thank you, Commissioner.
All right, would you stand up?
Please place your right hand on the Bible. Your response is, I do. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes, Mr Scott. Thanks. Take a seat.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms Collins, would you please inform the Commission of your full name?
Tenille Collins.
Were you issued with a notice from the Commission requiring a statement and production of documents dated the 10th of January 2023?
I was.
And did you provide initially a statement dated the 19th of February 2023?
I did.
And was there subsequently did a statement in the same form but with some amendments provided on the 22nd of February 2023?
That's correct.
And through your solicitors, the Australian Government Solicitor, have you advised the Commission of some further amendments that you wish to make to that statement?
That's correct.
Ms Collins, you've got 4 volumes of material in front of you there. Can I ask that you turn up the document that I understand will be in the first volume behind tab 2, capital B? Commissioner, this should be Exhibit 6379, capital A on the list. Do you have that document there?
I do.
Is that a letter from the Australian Government Solicitor to the solicitors assisting the Commission?
Yes.
Does that letter contain the corrections, the further corrections to your statement that you wish to make?
It does.
Okay. With those corrections, is your statement as amended and submitted on the 22nd of January 2023 true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Thank you.
Does my friend mean February?
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
February, not January?
Yes, I beg your pardon. February, not January 2023.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Thank you. I'm indebted to my friend. Ms Collins, are you presently an employee of Services Australia?
I am.
And is this right? The Department of Human Services, which is what Services Australia used to be known as, is an agency that you commenced your employment in 2001?
That's correct.
And initially, were you a fraud investigator?
I was.
Thank you. By April 2011, had you become, within the Department of Human Services, an Assistant Director?
Yes, that's correct.
In the Strategy Evaluation PSBS Customer Compliance Branch?
That's right.
Okay. And is this a correct statement of your role, that you led a team which undertook research to inform the agency's compliance strategy, including developing new potential approaches to compliance, testing the approaches, gathering data from such testing and assessing the effectiveness of those proposals?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Paragraph 604 of your statement, you describe your role in relation to the development of what you call the digital compliance new policy proposal.
That's correct.
And that new policy proposal, is this right, was an early version of what became the strengthening the integrity of welfare new policy proposal in March 2015?
That's correct.
Okay. You refer at paragraph 604 of your statement to an email you received on the 10th of December 2014 that attaches what you described as the first draft of that digital compliance new policy proposal.
Is that the email from Ms Hodgson that you're referring?
We might bring it up on the screen. It's believe you're tab 19 of volume 1, doc ID CTH.3031.0004.0701, and the attachment is doc ID CTH.3031.0004.0702.
That's correct, Council. That was the first draft of the MPP.
Right. And the first document I've mentioned, which is the email, is Exhibit 6397, and the draft NPP is Exhibit 6398. Can I just take you to paragraph 607 of your statement? You state there you were very surprised that the process was being considered for and developed into a new policy proposal in circumstances where the agency had not decided on a final process, nor tested that final process with policy and legal, nor external stakeholders.
That's right.
By that, are you describing in contrast to what might usually occur with the development of a new policy proposal?
I am, yes.
That is, that ordinarily such a proposal would be tested with policy and legal stakeholders and external stakeholders before it would reach this stage.
And with customers, yes.
Okay. By customers, are you referring to recipients of social security?
I am, yes.
Thank you.
Can you shed any more light than you have in your statement on why this might have happened, what the climate was in the department, or?
I don't know if I was aware at the time, but after reviewing numerous documents in preparation for this statement, I have been able to piece together, I think, a sequence of events. There was a strong push at this time in the department more broadly to find efficiencies. That may have had something to do with it. I couldn't say for certain because I wasn't involved in the conversations. I was surprised at the time, though, because we were still iterating the process that we proposed to test on the 8th of December, and then we had a draft MPP on the 10th of December. It's highly unusual.
And highly risky, I'd have thought, too.
Yes.
All right.
And when you say contrast what I understand the usual process to be to test the proposal with legal stakeholders, what are you referring to there?
Well, with any new policy proposal that is put to government, particularly if it's a significant change in or deviation from existing process and procedure, you would seek legal advice.
In that passage from your statement, which is on the screen, you refer to expressing your reservations to Mr. Ryman, and is it Miss Pole? Is that how her last name is pronounced?
That's correct.
Okay. And you say that Mr. Ryman agreed, but was generally frustrated by others who were putting this forward. See that?
Yes.
Can you assist us at all from your knowledge of who he was referring to by others?
My impression at the time was that it was Scott Britton and Mark Withnell.
Okay. And that impression was gained by what?
I think some of the references he made in the conversation, and I think also probably a number of other events around this date.
Okay, what were the other events around the date?
I think they would have been things like team meetings where we would discuss, what was happening more broadly in the branch. There were discussions about the MPP that day and in the days following. And I think my impression, I don't recall that he specifically used Scott Britton or Mark Withnell's names. But my impression at the time was that he was quite frustrated that they were taking the idea forward without a full understanding of what the idea was. That was the general nature of his frustration.
When you say there were discussions around the time, did those discussions include reference to things said by Mr Withnell or Mr Britton?
I'm referring to discussions that Jason Ryman had with his assistant directors and his team, so his subordinate staff, if you like. Those discussions were largely around the amount of work we would have to do to prepare the MPP, what would be involved, what work we would have to stop to free up capacity to do this. They were operational type discussions. I don't recall, other than this particular conversation where Michelle Pole and I were also voicing our frustrations because we both thought it was way too early to proceed with an MPP. I don't recall him specifically telling me anything about what Scott Britton and Mark Withnell were saying.
Would this be a correct summary of what I understand to be your inference, that it was coming from Mr Britton and Mr Withnell, that Mr Britton was Mr Ryman's supervisor, and in turn Mr Withnell was Mr Britton's supervisor, and given the frustrations Mr Ryman was expressing, the push, as you might call it, you've inferred came from above Mr Ryman?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And you refer at paragraph 608 of your statement to, following that discussion, Mr Ryman you understanding Mr Ryman was going to talk to Mr Withnell and argue against taking the proposal forward.
That's right.
And nevertheless, the proposal was taken forward.
Yes, my recollection is the very next morning, Mr Ryman spoke to Michelle Pole and I again to let us know that it was going forward.
Right. At paragraph 569, subparagraph B of your statement, you state it was your understanding that DSS had supported the approach through what you thought was a very robust new policy proposal process that followed. And you say in paragraph 582 of your statement that you assumed that DSS did not have any concerns from a legal or policy perspective with the practice of averaging.
That's correct.
Okay. And you state that if DSS was aware that the agency was using this practice, then DSS should have provided clear and prompt advice that the agency needed to cease that practice.
That's correct.
Okay.
Can I ask you about the assumption you refer to there? It seems to be two-pronged. One, that it was legal, and two, that it had been done for many years. Where'd that assumption come from?
Commissioner, I have actually raised debts using this process. I started in the organisation as a fraud investigator. I then worked in numerous compliance review teams. So I had undertaken that practice for many years.
Can you explain the context?
Yes, I can. So is it helpful if I use PAYG as the reference? Because it was undertaken in numerous compliance reviews.
Well, there are different forms of pension, and so in relation to some of them, the Act actually provides for annualised income to be used. We're talking about income support payments and the use of PAYG information, so if you think about that.
Yeah. So for PAYG reviews, regardless of the payment type, whether it was a pension or a job seeker payment like New Start allowance, the process generally was, in the first instance, you would always send a letter to the customer, and they were legal notices under the Social Security Administration Act, so the customer had to respond or their payments would be stopped. You would usually have a conversation with the customer about the review and what the review entailed and what you needed to do to progress that review, which was usually send a letter to the employers. Always we sent letters to the employers. We never went to banks for these types of reviews. We would always go to employers. The only exception to that is where the customer would ask us not to. I couldn't tell you how often that occurred, but it occurred often enough that I remember it clearly, that sometimes customers would say, I don't want you to write to my employer, I still work there, I might lose my job. And then you would talk to the customer about what the best approach for working out what their income was. Sometimes customers would be able to provide their own pay slips. Other times they would say, well, you've got my income there, use that. And you would look at other information on the record to work through, what a reasonable use of that information was. That process also applied if we did go to the employers and the employers didn't respond, which also happened quite frequently.
All right. So how did you work out what was reasonable to do?
Usually through conversation with the customer. There would have been instances where you weren't able to talk to the customer, but you would look at other information on the customer record. We hold a lot of information. There might be other records of conversations that the customer had with the department, things like separation certificates that indicate when they might have left employment. Sometimes over the years there's also been allowances that we would give to customers when they started employment. So you could generally get a sense of start dates of employment, end dates of employment. You might draw an inference from their reporting behaviour about whether their income was generally consistent or not. There was lots of information that you might have regard to.
Okay, and so the purpose of that, I suppose, was to get an idea whether it would be reasonable to come to the conclusion that they did have an even income that you could average, I suppose.
Yeah, that's right. And if you could, you did that. There certainly were circumstances where you couldn't do that, particularly if the customer hadn't declared any of their income at all. And sometimes you would have to resort to, evenly distributing the income across the employment period, which is now known as averaging.
All right, thank you.
On those occasions when reviews were done that you were involved in, and you were in contact with the recipient of Social Security, was averaging done without their consent?
That would have been a rare exception.
And in those circumstances, generally, can you give an impression of how much the averaging impacted on the overall calculation?
I couldn't give an impression at the time. I wouldn't know because I wouldn't have compared it to anything. There was some analysis done in late 2014 to inform the approach for testing that indicated there was, from memory, a 13% variance, give or take. I think it was around 13%.
Yes, perhaps my question was imprecise. Was it the case that averaging was used without the customer's consent, where the amount of, or the period of time that the averaging was applied to was a significant period of the customer's employment, as distinct from representing just a small portion of the customer's employment period that was under consideration?
If I've understood your question correctly, I think my response is that it would be for the entire employment period that the discrepancy was for.
Okay. So there were occasions where averaging would be the basis of the calculation of the entire period that the discrepancy related to?
That's right.
Okay. And how frequently, can you give us a sense of how frequently that might have been done?
I couldn't say, but very frequently. I couldn't say as a percentage of the overall debts that were raised, but it was common practice and quite frequently.
So in your time, can you give us a sense of each year how many times, in your experience, the averaging formed the basis of the calculation? The
Are
whole
we talking about averaging by consent or averaging not by consent?
not by consent, Mr Collins.
Oh, not by consent? I mean, I'm completely guessing that maybe 1 out of every 5 times you averaged, it wasn't with consent.
Right, and then in those 1 out of every 5 times, are you talking about for the entire the entire period that the discrepancy related to?
Yes, because you would generally only do it without the customer's consent if the customer was refusing to engage. So, and if you didn't have the income from the employers, that would be your only option.
Right, and how many reviews would you generally be involved in per year?
Well, for PAYG, you would do anywhere from 1 to 5 reviews a day. So hundreds.
A year?
A year.
And a fifth of those hundreds a year, in your experience, you were using averaging without consent, where it was the sole basis of the calculation?
No, wasn't it a fifth of the ones that involved averaging?
That's right. Yes,
So you're
right.
coming down again from there.
Yeah, so, and like I said, that 1/5 of the ones that involved averaging were, like, I'm just guessing. I mean, I couldn't say definitively, but it was happening frequently enough that I remember it clearly. And I would say, that, maybe 10, 20% of cases were generally used some type of averaging. But I'm guessing based on my direct experience, which was a long time ago.
So just to summarise, just so I'm clear on what your evidence is, you were involved maybe in hundreds of cases a year?
Yes?
So 200, 300, what sort of figure are we talking about?
Upwards of 500 probably.
Okay. So of those 500 a year, how many of those, roughly, generally, would involve averaging without consent?
Again, it's a complete guess, but, less than 5%.
Okay,
Not very many.
right. And of those less than 5%, is it the case that about a fifth of those involved averaging for the entire period under consideration?
Just so that I'm really clear on what you've asked me, Council, I'm sorry, I have lost track of this a little bit, but the less than 5% is the averaging without consent. It would be much more than that used averaging. So of the averaging without consent, I would say that probably most of those were for the entire period.
All right, thank you. All right. Can we just go back to the topic we were discussing before about what you consider to be the absence of legal advice from the Department of Social Services? Your volume 4, tabs 303 to 304, I want to ask you about. First document is doc ID cth.2004.002.0332_R, exhibit 2066. Second document is cth.2004.002.0333, exhibit 2067.
Council, could you give me the tab reference again, please?
Sure. Tabs 303 and 304. Have you got those, Ms Collins?
Yes?
Okay. So the first document, you agree with me, is a email chain commencing with an email from Ms Halbert on the 20th of January 2015. Do you see that?
Yes?
And then the other document is the attachment to that email chain. Now, do you have a recollection that in early 2015 work was being done on a brief to the then Minister for Social Services to detail various possible new policy proposals, including what became the Robodebt scheme?
I didn't know that at the time, but I have become aware of that since.
All right. Can you see in Ms Halbert's email, she says, as discussed, here are our comments on the compliance part of the brief. We feel particularly strongly about the clean-up PAYG measure. You'll see the comments. You see that?
I can see that.
And then the attachment, for the purpose of this question, can you assume that this is a document that contains a draft brief to the then Minister with comments on that brief in the square boxes, which are comments provided by the Department of Social Services? Okay? We could go to the second page of that document. Can you see there a section headed Potential Priority New Policy Proposals?
I can, yes.
And then the heading PAYG Cleanup?
Yes.
Can you just read the subparagraphs A through to E to yourself, not aloud? You've read that?
Do I agree with what it says?
No, I'm just asking you, have you read it?
Yes, I have read it.
Okay. Now, do you agree with me that that would appear to be a description of what became the Robodebt scheme?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm just going to direct you to the box underneath that passage that you've just read to yourself. And can you see that it contains some dot points?
I can.
And can you see the second dot point?
I do.
And do you agree with me that that indicates that DSS advised that the suggested calculation method in the above proposal does not accord with social security legislation which specifies that employment income is assessed fortnightly?
I can see that.
Yep. And do you agree with me that that would appear to be clear advice from DSS that the proposal outlined above, which included the use of income averaging to calculate entitlement, was inconsistent with the legislation?
I agree, that is what it says.
Okay.
Did you know anything of it at the time?
No, I've never seen this document before.
Did you get any whisper that this was
No,
what
I
DSS was saying?
Okay. What I next want to show you is some further documents, Ms Collins. Same volume, volume 3, Ms Collins. Can you go to your tab 238, doc ID CTH.3027.0004.9368_R, exhibit 2218. Do you agree with me that's a email chain from the 21st of January 2015?
Yes,
The day after Ms Halbert's email?
that's correct.
If you go to the email at the bottom of that chain on the second page,
Second page. Yes,
now do you agree with me that's an email? Sorry, no, the first email. the email below that, Mr Ryman's email from the 21st of January 2015 at 12:50 p.m. You see that, Ms Collins?
Yes?
Do you see that's an email from Mr Ryman to yourself and Ms Pole on the 21st of January 2015?
That's right.
And can you see that he says, MP, TC, review my comments, hand on heart time, any exposure?
Yep, that's right.
Okay, now MP would be Michelle and TC would be you?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you see it says, as requested, and then a heading PAYG cleanup?
That's right.
And purports to effectively provide reasons justifying the proposal.
So I do recall these dot points from the time. My understanding was that they were for Mark Withnell to use in discussions with DSS and the Department of Finance as part of the costing process.
I see.
So I don't think I quite agree with you that it purports to do what you think it purports to do.
That is providing reasons justifying the proposal?
Yeah, I think it's just a factual representation of what we were currently doing.
Okay. Can I just provide some further items of context to inform my next set of questions?
Okay.
Just on the first page, can you see the heading at the top? DSS response dot points.
Yes.
And if we go back to the email that we've been talking about, that's Mr Ryman's email on the 21st of January 2015. The heading is PAYG cleanup. Words PAYG cleanup, of course, appeared in the document I showed you just a few moments ago in relation to the proposal.
Yes.
And whilst those dot points under that heading does provide a description, if you start with, for example, the fourth dot point, there's an assertion that the approach is consistent with current debt policy. You see that?
Yes.
And then there's an assertion that DHS currently applies a similar process for data matching program. See that?
Yes.
And then there's, beneath the dot points, what's said to be an excerpt from debt policy advice.
That's correct.
And of course, there's Mr Ryman's question at the top of the email, hand on heart time, any exposure. Ms Collins, one interpretation of this document is that, having regard to those contextual factors that I've identified, that what Mr Ryman was purporting to do was respond to those dot points in the earlier document I showed you attached to Ms Halbert's email.
Councillor, I've never seen Ms Halbert's email before or the document attached to Ms Halbert's email. I do have a very vivid recollection that these dot points that I was asked to review were for Mark Withnell to use in the costing process, so that he had a clear understanding of the process that was being proposed for the negotiations with the Department of Finance. That was the discussion that Mr Ryman had with Ms Pole and I at the time. The term PAYG cleanup is a term that everybody was using at that time to describe this measure. So I'm not, that doesn't surprise me that that's there.
Okay. What's the point of providing an excerpt from the debt policy advice for the purpose of assisting Mr Withnell with respect to the costings process?
I think that we were just putting all of the facts together. I assume that perhaps he had asked for them.
Okay. Well, can I just add one further item of context? If we go to the first page, the second last email from Ms Pole on the 21st of January at 3:19 p.m. Do you have that?
I do.
And that email commences with Jason Tenille. I've spoken with Debt Policy. They referred me to means test on the basis that it's assessment of income. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then there's an assertion not an issue for Debt Policy. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then there's an articulation of some proposed amendments to the dot points from the previous email. Do you see that?
Yes.
That again would seem to suggest that Ms Pole was seeking to assert that the proposal was consistent with existing policy.
Yes, it looks like that's what she was doing.
And why would that be necessary to inform Mr Withnell for the purpose of discussions about costings?
It might be helpful, Council, if I give you some context about what I know was unfolding during the costings at this time.
Sure.
So for the costing process for new policy proposals generally, you have to account for every dollar you are asking government for and every dollar that you are expecting to save government. And I think I refer to it as a robust process elsewhere in my statement because there are a lot of questions asked by multiple departments and agencies, multiple different people looking at this from multiple different perspectives. We had put up a PAYG measure the year before under the old process and I expected, which is why I talked about income smoothing in the initial policy draft, that Department of Finance would have a lot of questions about how we could do so many reviews much cheaper, if you like, than we'd ever done them before. So I expect that Michelle Pole was anticipating that, as I would have been. You know, like I said to you earlier, you would usually have all of this legal advice in order before you put the new policy proposal up. We were somewhat on the back foot. So I think that this was just these are the facts as we currently know them for Mark to use in his discussions.
The issues that Department of Finance raised about how it could be done so much cheaper than it had been done before, those issues didn't arise until the Cabinet process, though, did it?
Well, no. You are in conversations a long time before the actual Cabinet process kicks off. So I think the easiest way to describe it is you go through the costing process with DSS first. So these are administered savings. So DSS are responsible for the calculations of administered savings. Part of the process would be we would give over all of our assumptions to DSS, who would then calculate what the likely savings were, how many staff were going to be required, that sort of thing. You would negotiate with DSS first before you started negotiating with Finance, but you would be having conversations with Finance quite early.
All this is before the ministers even agreed for this measure to go ahead.
That's not unusual, because there would usually be conversations between departments and their ministers about what they were expecting to bring forward. So they might have got an in principle, yes, work on this before it's been formally agreed.
Okay, so you think there might have been something coming back from the minister's office saying we're interested in this before he'd actually ticked off the executive minute?
Possibly, yes. I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. I don't know that to be fact in this instance because I wasn't involved in any of those conversations, but that would be very plausible to me.
So can you just assist us as to how what effectively seemed to be arguments that what was proposed was consistent with existing policy would assist with addressing questions being raised by finance about how the savings that were predicted could be raised when it was asserted this has been done all the time?
Well, I don't think I can now, counsel, because now that I've seen the document from Kath Halbert, I think it is pretty clear that DHS was trying to put forward a view that nothing was changing. I didn't know that at the time, but that's what it looks like to me now, having glanced over the document you just showed me. I've never seen it before.
Sure, I'm just trying to test your state of mind that you say you had at the time, reflecting on the nature of this document being about arguments asserting that this was consistent with existing policy. In circumstances where I understand your evidence to be, you understood this to be about addressing questions from finance
Or DSS.
About how the savings targets could be achieved when this had already been done in the past.
It hadn't been done at this scale though, and the important difference between the way averaging was used in the past and the way it was proposed to be used in this measure was we weren't even going to attempt to go to employers. I saw this as a significant deviation from existing process, not policy, process.
Right.
And I thought that was an important element of the MPP.
Right. So how does arguing that this is consistent with existing policy address the concerns you say you understood to be expressed from DSS and finance?
Well, we use the words policy a lot in this email, but we are talking about existing process.
Right.
We are saying this is an existing process in the agency.
And I understood you to be saying that you understood that questions were being raised about how the savings targets that were being proposed could be achieved with an existing process. So why do those questions be answered by simply reiterating the fact that this is an existing process?
Because I think that we would have been anticipating that Mark Withnell would get questions about, well, if you can do this, why haven't you already been doing it?
Right. Okay, and so what's the relevance of the policy analysis then?
Well, so there's not really any policy analysis in this email. So the debt policy they're talking about is internal to DHS. So I think it might be helpful if I explain that. So DSS ultimately are the policy advisors on all social security policy, but within the agency we have various teams who their role is to provide advice on the application of that policy. So when we're referring to policy in these internal emails, it's not big P policy with DSS, it's internal application of policy, which is probably closer to process, but the teams are called policy teams. It's not policy in the sense that we're talking about though.
Right, I'm not sure that answered my question. What's the relevance of this email to the issue you understood to be raised from DSS and finance about the achievability of the savings targets?
Well, I don't know. I said I assumed that it was for Mark Withnell to have those conversations. The conversation I remember was Jason Ryman calling Michelle Pole and I and saying, I need you to review some dot points for me. Mark's in conversations with DSS and finance. So I reviewed the dot points through that lens. I'm making an assumption about what he was trying to justify in those meetings.
Okay. All right. Can I ask you to go back to your volume 4, Ms. Collins, tab 25. Sorry, beg your pardon, tab 319, Exhibit 2104, DSS.5023.0002.2174_R. Do you have that?
I do.
Do you see that's an email from Mr. Kimber to a number of DSS employees? Emma Kate
I do.
McGurk, Kath
Yes.
Albert. Yep. 15th of January 2017.
Yes.
Now, have you had an opportunity to review this email in preparation for your evidence today?
No.
Okay. Well, I'll just ask you to read Mr. Kimber's email from the 15th of January 2017 to yourself, not aloud, please.
Just the first email?
Yes, thank you. Do you agree with me that it purports to recount from Mr. Kimber's memory a meeting on the 27th of February 2015
It does.
involving Mr. Withnell, Mr. Britton, Mr. Kimber and Mr. McBride?
That's right.
At this stage, there was a draft new policy proposal in the works,
Yes.
and we can go to it, but perhaps for efficiency reasons, are you prepared to accept that the previous day a version of the new policy proposal had identified that averaging was to be a part of the process that was proposed?
Yes.
Okay. Now, were you aware, or do you have a recollection, I should say, of Mr. Britton and Mr. Withnell and perhaps Mr. Ryman attending a meeting with DSS on 27 February 2015?
I don't.
And are you aware at all of any DHS employees communicating to DSS the matters which appear in those dot points under the words "it had the following key components" in the description of the 27 February meeting in Mr. Kimber's email?
I wasn't aware.
Okay. Can I ask you, please, Ms. Collins, to go to your Volume 1, tab 62, and I think 61 as well. The documents are CTH.3027.0001.5004_R, Exhibit 6435, and CTH.3027.0001.5007, Exhibit 6436. Have you got those documents, Ms. Collins?
I do.
Now, do you agree with me that the first of those documents is an email chain from Mr. Ryman to a number of persons, including yourself, on the 11th of March 2015?
That's correct.
Attaching a draft of the new policy proposal as it then stood? That's
right.
And the draft new policy proposal is the second document on the screen. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. If we could go to the third page of that new policy proposal. I'm particularly interested in the section in the dot points towards the bottom of the page. Have that?
I'm familiar with it.
Okay, and the second hollow dot point where it says the new approach will not change how income is assessed or overpayments calculated, but it will enable the department to undertake a significant clean-up of potential incorrect payments. You see that?
I do.
And you agree with me that there's no mention of the proposal to use averaging in this version of the document?
I do.
Okay. Can you assist us as to what the circumstances were that involved the changes to the new policy proposal which omitted any reference to averaging?
I didn't have any visibility. I don't know the answer.
Okay. Did you have, and just to be complete with your evidence, you don't recall discussing changes with Mr Ryman at all about to that effect?
No, I think referenced elsewhere in my statement, Council, on this same day, the 11th of March, I received a separate email from Jason Ryman indicating that I was to have no further involvement in the MPP. I was having some significant personal challenges at that time.
I see. Can I just, for completeness, can you assist us by reference to the paragraph of your statement that you're referring to?
I can't off the top of my head. I'm sorry. I would have to think about that. I did reference the document, though. It looks like...
Paragraph 34.
I'm indebted, my friend.
Thank you. So the work I was undertaking in that team was adjusted so that I could support my husband through a significant illness.
Okay. Thank you for that, Ms Collins.
So were you unaware of the content of the NPP at all times up to when it went to Cabinet? Is that the result of that, or...?
That's right. I wasn't aware until much later that the content had been changed.
But the proposal never changed?
No.
To be clear, it was always going to involve averaging.
It was always going to involve averaging. I didn't have any knowledge that the MPP had changed, but as part of the adjusted duties that I was undertaking throughout most of the remainder of 2015 did involve piloting the process to be implemented on the 1st of July 2015. So it was always, there was never any indication to me that that wasn't the approach we were taking.
From that point, that is March 2015 until early January 2017, did you have any occasion to have discussions with Mr Withnell about the process and that it would involve averaging?
I was involved in some meetings with Mr Withnell where we were walking through process, walking through what's called the detailed requirements document, which is used to inform ICT of what they need to build for the online solution. There were numerous conversations with Mr Withnell about the process.
And did those conversations include discussion about the fact the process would involve averaging?
Absolutely, it was core to it.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Absolutely, yes.
It was core.
Averaging was core to the process.
Thank you.
Were you talking to people from DSS?
I wasn't talking to people from DSS, but my team was often producing documents, presentations, updated process maps for Mr Ryman, Mr Britton or Mr Withnell to talk to DSS. I was aware of meetings taking place, but I wasn't involved in them.
Is it possible that DSS could have been oblivious to what this process involved?
No, they couldn't have been.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So in summary, as far as you can see from what you now know, all that happened in March 2015 was that people stopped referring to averaging, but it always was going to happen and everybody knew that.
Yes, that's right. And I think I have seen emails that I was copied into where finance were asking questions about averaging, and Mr Ryman had to explain to them what that meant, and DSS were at those meetings.
Do you know who from DSS would have been there?
Catherine Dalton or anyone from her team. Likely Catherine's NM, who I think at the time might have been Murray Kimber, but I can't quite recall if that's correct. But definitely the SES Band 1, and usually a number of EL2s or EL1s would have been in attendance with the discussions with finance.
Thank you.
Can I just ask you to go to your volume 2, Ms Collins, tab 193, exhibit 2223, doc ID CTH.3027.003.9827_R. Have you got that, Ms Collins?
I do.
So can you see that at the bottom of the first page of that document is an email from Ms Bowe to Mr Ryman dated the 22nd of January 2015?
I'm familiar with that email.
Okay. And that's a set of draft instructions for legal advice, do you agree?
I do.
And then there's an email further up from Mr Ryman, also on the same day, where he says, just hold on this at the moment. I think we're very safe based on the policy advice we have to date.
That's right.
Okay. Can you assist us at all to understand what the circumstances were behind Mr Ryman's email that I've just read out?
I couldn't say with any certainty. I became aware of that decision on the 18th of March when Michelle Poll forwarded me that email trail. I could tell you what I assumed at the time.
Well, don't tell us what you assumed unless you can inform us of some circumstances of which you're aware that might assist us to understand.
I can't. I wasn't aware of that he had made that decision until well over a month later.
I'm happy to hear what you assumed at the time.
I assumed that it was because DSS supported the approach.
I see. Thank you. In the whole pilot phase, did you ever feel uneasy that you hadn't actually seen a legal advice explaining how averaging could be done in the way you were doing it, let alone done at all, really?
I felt uneasy about a lot of things, Commissioner. I'm not entirely certain that the legal advices was one of those things. I think in retrospect I might have been a little bit naive, but as I said before, this was a practice I had used for many years and I thought was well understood and well established. There was some engagement with our internal legal services division in 2014 and 2015. Their responses to our questions didn't raise any red flags with me. I think my concerns were more that this was very rushed and we might be overlooking things that were important as opposed to being a specific concern about the legal position.
Yes.
Can I ask you, please, Ms Collins, to take up your volume 4 again? And I want to ask you about some documents which I understand might be behind your tab 314. First of those is Exhibit 6604, Doc ID CTH.3023.0003.8445_R, and Exhibit 6605, Doc ID CTH.3023.0003.8451_R.
I have that.
You agree with me that's the first document is an email chain concluding with an email from yourself dated the 8th of April 2016, addressed to someone called Jonica.
That's correct.
And you referring to some changes in markup with the attached document, which is the second document on the screen, which is a response to a media inquiry. Have that?
That's right.
Okay. And may we take it that we go to the last page of the document, the changes to it marked in track are changes made by you?
Yes, I think so.
And so may we take it that you reviewed this draft response to the media inquiry?
Yes.
Okay. Can we just go to the first page of the draft response, which identifies that it is a proposed response to an inquiry from the Newcastle Herald. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it refers to an email from the 6th of February. And I'll just call out the two paragraphs under the heading follow-up email 6th of April, I should say. Call out the two paragraphs under the heading 6 April. The last two paragraphs under that heading, I'm sorry, the first of which commences a number of individuals I've spoken with. And then the other one, it commences, this question relates to income assessment. Thank you. Now, that first paragraph that's called out on the screen reads, a number of individuals I've spoken with were given no opportunity to confirm the information or provide additional information. Instead, they have been issued an account payable notice in the first instance. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, do you accept that would appear to indicate or refer to, sorry, I'll withdraw that. Given that this appears to be in April 2016, this would be at about the time when the manual intervention process was underway,
That's correct.
which was the precursor to the Robodebt scheme going into the online
That's right.
phase. Thank you. But it used a number of principles common with the online system, which included attempts to contact the recipient by letter, correct?
Yes.
And if the recipient didn't respond, they would have their entitlement to social security recalculated using averaging, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And what appears to be stated here is that the individuals referred to in the media inquiry have had that process of averaging applied to recalculations of their entitlement after they were given no opportunity to confirm the information or provide additional information. You see that?
I do.
And based on what you now know, that would likely be because the letters that were sent to them were not received by them.
That's correct.
Now, did this inquiry not cause you any concern at the time it was brought to your attention?
I think it would have.
Okay, and what did you do about that concern?
I can't recall this specific incident or media inquiry. I think by April 2016 there were lots of things causing me concern. So I couldn't say what I did about this one specifically, but there were lots of conversations being had between March and July, August 2016 about where we were seeing issues of process is how I would describe it.
Okay. Well, based on what would have been your usual practice at the time, can you assist us to understand what you would have done to raise the concerns that you believe you had in relation to this inquiry?
I would have discussed them with Mr Ryman. If I had occasion to, I would have discussed them with Mr Britton. And I would have expected that either one of them, likely Mr Britton, would have raised it at the project board meeting.
Okay. And I think you've indicated that you raised concerns on a number of occasions during that period in 2016.
That's right.
What was the usual... Was there a particular response that you can describe in general terms you usually received from those concerns being raised?
Usually I was tasked with going off and investigating my concerns and gathering information, working with stakeholders across the agency to problem solve whatever the issue might be. And then generally there would be a paper put to the Strengthening the Integrity of Welfare Payments Board, which was chaired by Mr Withnell, if I recall, with recommendations about what we should do about various issues.
And were those recommendations typically implemented?
Sometimes, yes. I don't have... There were a lot of issues, so I don't have specific recollections of every instance. I did do a lot of work on issues relating to debt calculation in the online system based on challenges we were seeing with the manual process. And I do know that some of those were implemented. The outcome was that those scenarios always needed to be reviewed by staff, for example.
This reporter had actually put their finger on the problem with averaging
Yes.
pretty accurately. The response they got back, if the documentation is to be relied on, was to tell them that the customer's told that we will use the information received from the ATO and they should contact us and they can confirm their employment details. It never addressed the questions about how can this work.
No, it didn't. And I think it's indicative of a lot of the responses that we were giving at the time. In hindsight, Commissioner, we got quite distracted by certain things. Even looking at these passages on the screen before me now, where they're describing the process and the account payable in the first instance, and the issue, we were getting distracted by things that were detracting from the issue, like defending the position that the first letter is not an accounts payable. And so we became over-focused on those things, and we kept not quite getting to the core of the issue, is the way I would describe it.
And look, I'm not accusing you personally of this, but isn't it just a policy of distraction and diversion and look over here and try and get you away from the real issue, which is that this method of calculation is fundamentally wrong and liable to raise false debts?
I think it is clear to me now, in retrospect, and after reviewing a range of documents, particularly documents I hadn't seen before, that I think you are correct. I think that possibly was happening. I think for the most part, though, most of the public servants were just so overwhelmed by the volume of issues and media interest, and that, I mean, it was like not being able to see the forest for the trees. We became very distracted with things that did not matter.
The trouble is the trees were falling on lots of people.
I know.
Ms Collins, can I ask you to turn up page 157 of your statement? And I just want to ask you about what you say at paragraph 577. Do you have that there, Ms Collins?
I don't have it.
It should be your volume 1, tab 2, perhaps.
Volume 1. Sorry, could you give me the tab again?
Tab 2, volume 1, page 157. If we call out paragraph 577 on the screen, please. Sorry. No, I've given you the wrong paragraph reference, Ms. Collins. It should be on page 34, paragraph 120. Apologise.
I'm a little interested in that paragraph. The last line of it is that you believed on several occasions between September 2016 and May 2017 that you'd lose your job, and Ms. Golightly reinforced that on numerous occasions. Can you tell us a little more about that?
Ms. Golightly was a very difficult person to work with. She told me on numerous occasions, usually when I was trying to elevate concerns or risks, that I was not a very good public servant and perhaps I should reassess my career choice. She did threaten me numerous times with, you'll be lucky if you have a job by the end of the week, code of conduct, various things.
What about taking that to the Secretary? Did you not think about that?
I have reflected on that a lot. I didn't make a complaint about Ms. Golightly's behaviour at the time. It's something that I feel embarrassed about.
What about the Secretary? Would you have felt you could go and talk to her?
I think if I'd had it in my mind to complain, I would have been completely comfortable going to Catherine Campbell. Mm-hmm. I always found her quite good to deal with. She was very supportive of staff. I would have been comfortable. I don't know why I didn't think of it. I just didn't think complaining was an option. The only person I did complain, or I didn't complain to, but talked about possibly complaining was with Mr. Withnell, because he was never the subject of Melissa's tirades, and he was quite dismissive of me and just told me to keep my head down.
Okay, thank you. And where did you want to go, Mr. Scott?
Commissioner, page 34, paragraph 120. Thank you. You talk about from December 2016 having a conversation with Maurice Savelli about the increasing public scrutiny of the system, including reports in the media of customers who had been contacted by debt collectors on Christmas Eve without any prior knowledge of the review or debt. And having formed the view that this was not fair, you decided to turn off the automatic assessment for customers who did not contact the agency. I just want to ask you some questions about that, Ms. Collins. When you say you decided to turn off the automatic assessment for customers who did not contact the agency, what did you do in response to that decision?
I don't think I understand your question. How did I make the decision?
Well, not how you made the decision, but how you implemented it, I suppose.
The context of that decision was that we had been having increasing media, similar to the media article we looked at just recently together, where it was becoming quite apparent that the inclusion of non-current customers in the measure was having this effect that, because they weren't getting the original notice, they weren't at their address. The first that customers were hearing about this was a debt collector at their door. Mr. Savelli was the national manager of the ICT team who was responsible for the online build, and they had been raising concerns for quite some time at the board. My recollection is that this conversation started with Mr. Savelli expressing his frustrations to me, asking me for my help. I think we were both talking about how we couldn't understand why nobody was doing anything. He indicated to me during this conversation that his teams, unbeknownst to anybody else, had built in switches to the system so that various elements of the system could be turned off without turning off the whole system. And he indicated to me that what was called the day 22 automation, so it's the automation that would kick in if a customer failed to respond and engage with the process, that could be switched off. So I told him to switch it off.
I see. And did he do so to your knowledge?
I believe he instructed his teams the same day to switch it off.
Whenabouts in December 2016 was this?
I had been moved from my current role into acting for Jason Ryman while he was on leave. So it was after that, but I couldn't pinpoint the exact date. It would have been before Christmas Eve because we all go on leave on Christmas Eve. I estimate somewhere between the 18th and 24th of December, but I couldn't tell you specifically what day that conversation was, and I couldn't find an email specific to the time. The only document I could find related to when my national manager and general manager found out about it in early January that referenced me making the decision in mid-December.
Right, so there was a document that documented
That's right.
it. Have you referred to that in your statement?
I have referred to it in my statement. It's an email trail from the 4th of January 2017 where Mr Gary Clark emails Mr Cervelli asking why the system isn't operating. And Mr Cervelli responded and said that Tenille had made the decision in mid-December to turn it off.
All right, and where do I find reference to that in your statement?
I think it's probably referenced, not there, it would be in my chronology.
Oh, I see.
Annexure B. Let me just... So it's row 120 in Annexure B. On the 4th of January 2017. It's in that email trail from Mr Clark.
Right. And so does that then record the fact of that part of the system having been turned off?
Yes, I expect there would be other emails within ICT, but I didn't have access to those for the purposes of preparing my statement.
Did you have any engagement with the Secretary at this time? Because there was a major crisis going on. Did she talk to you at all about what actually was happening?
In December 2016, no.
January?
January, yes.
And did you express concerns to her about the whole thing?
I didn't. My engagement with the Secretary was quite limited. Usually there were quite a few meetings, design meetings, to redesign the online system that the Minister's advisors were generally running, and she would be in those meetings. She was quite hands-on. Honestly, I didn't express my concerns because it was clear to me from my interactions with Ms Campbell that she shared those concerns, and she was interested in fixing it.
Okay. But was the program ever fit for purpose?
In hindsight, no, but I don't know that we thought that at the time. I certainly didn't at the time.
All right.
You say in paragraph 120 of your statement that at some point in January 2017, Ms Harfield and Mr Clark became aware of the decision and told me that it had their support, told you it had their support, I should say.
Yes, so Mr Clark became aware on the 4th of January. That's the email I just referred you to.
I see.
He did not believe that I had made that decision, so I did have to go and confess to him that I had and why, and we immediately had a conversation with Karen Harfield about what I had done and why on the same day.
Did that part of the system remain switched off?
As I understand it, yes. I don't think that was turned back on in the early iterations of EIC, and I think the decision to average if customers failed to engage was something that was revisited with the minister many, many months later.
Right, so is it your understanding that that part of the system was not on from December 2016 until months later in 2017?
2017 or possibly even early 2018. But yes, that's correct.
Do you have a direct knowledge of when it was brought back on, or are you guessing?
I'm guessing the time frame, but I do recall there were discussions with the minister about it. It was discussed at a few board meetings, and by October 2017, I was regularly reviewing the board papers for Craig Storen, who was my general manager at the time, and I do recall seeing documents relating to the discussion.
It's the case, though, isn't it, that at some point after December 2016, the system reverted to averaging recipients' income for the purpose of calculating entitlement if the recipients did not respond to attempts to contact them.
Yes, I believe that did happen. I just couldn't tell you exactly when, but it was some months after.
Okay. You refer in this paragraph of your statement to Ms Golightly becoming aware of this decision that you describe.
Yes.
Can you tell us what happened when she became aware?
So we didn't tell her right away because, as it turns out, Minister Tudge made the decision anyway in January. So it was in late March. I can't recall exactly what we were doing, but we were in a room together, myself and Miss Golightly. Miss McCann was there. I think Mr Withnell was there as well, and a few others who I can't recall, but we were having a conversation about the parliamentary inquiries and our submissions for that. And I believe we were doing talking points for the minister, and I had to own up to the decision because they were about to put incorrect information in the submission to the parliamentary inquiry. So I had to say it wasn't done on that date. I actually did it in December.
Okay. And what happened then?
Miss Golightly was furious. I might need a minute.
Certainly.
We could take the break if you like. Would that be a good thing? All right. We will come back at 2:45.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned until 11:45. The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Ms Collins, I've got your statement where you described that incident. If you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to.
I've gathered myself, Commissioner. It is hard, particularly the first time, but I have managed to collect myself. Thank you for the time.
Okay. All right then. Do you want to tell us what happened on that occasion?
When I confessed to switching the system off in the meeting, my recollection is that for about the next hour, Ms Golightly screamed at me irrationally is the only way I could describe it.
Okay.
I then had a subsequent meeting with her the following day. She called me to the South Atrium Room, level 2 of the Louisa Lawson building. I can remember it quite clearly because I had to walk quite a long way and I had a feeling of dread the entire time. In that meeting, she was relatively calm to start with. She did smash her phone in frustration during that meeting. And in that meeting, she also told me that I was not getting a further opportunity because I was annoying.
Okay. Ms Collins, I have to show you some documents. These are not yet exhibits. And I'll ask that whilst they be brought up on the screen, they not be on the public live stream because a number of them are emails and the email addresses haven't yet been redacted from them. They've just been brought to my attention. The first document is doc ID CTH.3018.0027.9724. If we can just scroll down, please. You might not have copies of these documents yet, Ms Collins, but if you can look on the screen in front of you, the first document that I've just identified, if we go to the top of that page, is an email from Mr Savelli, dated the 3rd of January 2017.
That's right.
If we scroll down, we can see an email from Ms Dowling, it would seem, to someone called James.
That's right.
And we can see the second last paragraph in that email says, the one scenario not currently processing is where a customer fails to engage via the online portal and we hit the 23 days plus bracket, whereby the workflow should process automatically based on ATO data, and it isn't. See that?
Yes.
And is that a reference to the switching off of that aspect of the program at that time?
That's right.
Okay, if we scroll to the top of the screen, please. Mr Savelli's email, who, as I understand your evidence, is the person you instructed to switch off this functionality of the program, correct?
That's right.
And he says, hi all, this was stopped at the request of Tenille given the media attention leading into Christmas.
That's right.
Okay. Now, his account of the reason why it was switched off was the media attention.
That was the basis of our discussion. That's right.
Right. And is it the case, therefore, that what drove you to giving him that instruction was the media attention?
I think the media attention was the catalyst, but there had been growing concern for some time leading up to that point.
Right. And why was it the media attention that was the catalyst?
Because that is what prompted Mr Savelli to call me that day, and had the media attention not been happening, perhaps he might not have called me and told me there was a switch to the system. I don't know what was in his mind, but in my mind I had growing concern for, well, longer than a month, but it was particularly difficult in that month. And as soon as I heard that that was an option, I said switch it off. But the core of our conversation that day was about the media attention, specifically the issue that was arising from the media around customers finding out about this when a debt collector is knocking on their door.
Okay. The next document I want to show you is doc ID CTH.2002.005.0217. Now, do you agree with me that on the bottom of the first page of this email chain is Mr. Savelli's email from the 3rd of January that we just discussed?
That's right.
Okay. I'm just going to ask you about the email from Mr. Clark at the top of the page on the 4th of January. His email says, Karen and I are the only ones that can authorise initiations to commence for the year or auto processing to recommence. Although inconsequential now, I also believe that Tenille did not authorise for auto processing to cease. This action was taken by someone in ICT of their own undertaking. Tenille, after discovering this and discussing with myself and Karen, advised in the days leading up to Christmas not to recommence. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is it possible that, in fact, it was not you that authorised the switching off of this functionality of the program, but it was someone else in ICT that did this?
No.
Might Mr. Clark have been trying to protect you?
I think Mr. Clark probably was trying to protect me, and I think also that by this stage there was quite a lot of tension between the business team and ICT, because ICT had been raising concerns for some time and there was a bit of an us and them mentality developing. So I think, yes, Mr. Clark was trying to protect me and he was having a shot at ICT. And this email being copied into it is what prompted me to go to Gary Clark and say, I'm sorry, but yes, I did make that decision.
I see. Can the witness please be shown doc ID CTH.2002.0005.0314? Do you agree with me, Ms. Collins, that document is an email from Kim Dowling to Mr. Clark, CCing Maurice Savelli and others, including yourself, dated the 4th of January 2017?
Yes, that's right.
And I'm happy for you to read over the email for the purpose of this question, which is whether the author of the email is seeking approval to reactivate the function that was switched off that we've been discussing.
That's correct.
To your knowledge, what happened in response to that email?
It did not get switched back on.
Okay. Last document I want to show you is doc ID CTH.3063.0043.7495. From the form of the document that you've got in front of you, Ms. Collins, can you identify the nature of this document?
I haven't seen it before, but it looks like an update to a project board.
Is a document of this kind a document you would have seen in the course of your duties?
Yes, not usually in this format, but yes.
Okay. And can you see the first bullet point under the heading Issues? The media continues to report on the OCI since the Minister's initial media release 3 weeks ago. In addition to this, the Ombudsman's Office has contacted the Department. The concerns in the media seem to be around the accuracy of the OCI not providing enough opportunity for customers to contact the Department and the decision to automate the letters online. And then can you see the second dot point?
Yes?
Detailing an issue on 14th of December. And then the third dot point refers to CMC. Do you have a recollection of what CMC might be referring to?
Compliance Management Centre.
Okay, and what's the Compliance Management Centre?
So they looked after all of the workload and workforce management for the compliance risk branch, including the commencing of reviews, the allocating of reviews to staff for action, like a central coordination point for the workload.
Okay. And do you agree with me that this dot point, the third dot point, refers to the switching off of the functionality of the system that we've been discussing?
Yes?
And that approval was pending to reactivate that part of the system?
That's right.
Okay, and to be clear, is it your evidence that was not actioned?
No, I don't believe it was actioned.
Okay. Commissioner, I should tender these 4 documents.
Okay, what numbering are you proposing?
Perhaps, Commissioner, if they be given numbering 6381A through to 6381D.
A to D?
Yes, please, Commissioner.
Okay.
Commissioner, I don't think it's any difficulty, but just note that the first 3 of those 4 exhibits are items 119, 120 and 121 in Annexure B.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you to my friend.
Sorry, there are items.
In Annexure B to the witness's statement, item
Oh, yes,
in
yes,
row
yes.
119.
Okay, but they are not yet exhibits, all right. So just to make it clear, the one with the number ending 7495 will be A, 0314 will be B, 0217 will be C, and I can't read the numbering on the last one, but the remaining one will be D.
Just excuse me for a moment, Commissioner. That's the evidence of the witness, Commissioner.
I've just got a couple of questions. Do you remember in September 2016, the online compliance part went live?
Yes?
Do you remember any concerns being expressed or being involved in pushing back on that yourself?
Yes, I do. I think I have also referenced that in my statement. I drafted an escalation brief in September 2016 that was to go to the Deputy Secretary outlining all of the issues we were seeing with the initial cases through the online system. I was subsequently advised by Mr Britton. I have referenced the email where this was advised to remove the issues from the brief. We had a conversation about that. Ms Harfield indicated that she was still interested in progressing the issues. I was then later called into a conversation between Ms Harfield, Mr Whitnell and Ms Golightly, who was on the phone. It was unusual because Mr Whitnell was the acting Deputy Secretary at the time and Ms Golightly was on leave. And the conversation was around whether or not we should proceed to scale up this measure. I thought it was in direct response to the brief. There was a discussion about the various issues that we were seeing. This was my first interaction with Ms Golightly. My impression at the time was that she was very dismissive of Ms Harfield, that she kept talking over the top of her and deferring to Mark Whitnell. I got given instruction at the end of that meeting, I didn't say too much until the end, to go away and redo the forecasts, because I was working in the Compliance Management Centre at the time, to scale up to 75,000 initiations by the end of September, which was about a week away at that point. I then highlighted a range of risks with that, including that most of these reviews would start to come due around Christmas time. I thought I was doing the right thing because it had been a standard practice in compliance for many, many years, as long as I worked in the agency, to pause compliance and debt activity over the Christmas period. Ms. Golightly was very upset with me, was screaming at me, wanting to know under what authority I would do that. I was looking to Mark for support because he would generally have made those decisions. Mark Withnell didn't say anything. I then said that I would go away and update the brief because I thought there were additional risks, and Ms. Golightly told me in no uncertain terms that I was not to put this in writing.
Okay. And the push to do the actual escalation, that was coming from Ms. Golightly?
It was, yes.
The other thing I wanted to ask you about was there were meetings in early 2017, at least one of which you were present at, I think. That was the one with the ATO where Ms. Golightly was outlining what was happening. Do you remember that? February 2017?
I don't recall personally being at a meeting with the ATO, but it wasn't, in early 2017, it wasn't unusual. It was quite difficult constructing my statement around this, that everyone was copied into everything because of the way that Ms. Golightly was running the response to the intense scrutiny. It was not very clear, roles and responsibilities were not very clear. And so often I would be invited to things only to be told at the last minute, you are not required, don't come.
Okay, so it's possible you could have been on the lineup for this but not actually attended?
Possibly. I don't recall any meetings with the ATO.
Okay, because there were meetings with the ATO and DSS at which Ms. Golightly said, nothing's changed in the way we do this, averaging only as a last resort. Were you at any of those?
No.
Okay, thank you. I don't think I had anything further. Ms. Hagen-Doran.
Commissioner, just arising out of the questions.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did have one other thing. You had some involvement with PricewaterhouseCoopers?
Yes.
Did you understand them to be preparing a report?
I didn't know. I would have expected that they would have. But I do recall that when PwC commenced with us in early 2017, we were changing a lot of our processes at that time because Minister Tudge preferred slideshow presentations, and so a lot of our briefings were occurring in that manner.
Okay.
I think I did see a slideshow presentation from PwC.
All right, but you have no knowledge of an actual report?
No, I don't think I ever saw one.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Hagen-Doran.
Commissioner, just by way of assistance to the questions that you put to Ms. Collins, could I have paragraph 566 of your statement shown? Not sure what page that is. Page 154, Ms. Collins. 566. Does that paragraph deal with the matter of the escalation brief?
That's right.
All right. We go across to Annexure B and row 98 and row 106. I think that's Exhibit 6380.
Anyway, these are the emails. I'm not sure that we
I
need...
was just going to get her to identify them for you, Commissioner, but those...
no, I'm happy to accept that. Thanks, Ms. Hagen-Doran.
96 and Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Mr Scott?
Nothing further, Commissioner. May the witness be excused.
Yes, thanks, Ms Collins. You're excused. Thank you.
Updated list.
Okay.
Commissioner, Mr Gregory will take the next 3 witnesses.
Oh, thank you.
Commissioner, I appear with Ms Berry for Mr Van Hagen.
For the purposes of examining Mr Van Hagen.
That's right. Not wanting to lull him into a false sense of security. But an error in the exhibit numbering has been drawn to my attention. The first list, which Mr Scott helpfully tendered all of, contained an error in the numbering from the point at which it refers to the notice and statement of Mr Terry Webber.
Mr Van Hagen, you might sit down for the moment and I'll let you know when you need to stand up again.
Oh, thank you. It was marked as Exhibit 6378 and following, that is, the numbering restarted at that point as it had at the start of the list. So an additional corrected witness list has been provided, exhibit list rather, which commences at 6609, which is the notice to Mr Webber, and runs through to 6708.
All right. Well, the exhibits will have those numbers.
I'm also told that there are some additional documents to be tendered in respect of these 3 witnesses, and we're awaiting a list. But some space will need to be made at the end of that list for that purpose.
Right, thanks.
And Mr Van Hagen is the first witness.
Yes. Now, Mr Van Hagen, will you take an oath or an affirmation?
An affirmation.
Thanks. Would you stand now? Thanks.
The response is, I do. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thanks. Take a seat.
Thank you. Can you tell the Commission your full name, please?
My full name is Frank Van Hagen.
Mr Van Hagen, you were served with a notice to give a statement and produce documents, NTG-0189, dated 9 February 2023, and produced a statement in response in which you refer to a number of documents dated 23 February 2023. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And are the contents of that statement true and correct?
Yeah, it is.
What is your current occupation?
I'm currently a director at PwC.
And Mr Van Hagen, you were employed at PwC in January, or for all of 2017?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And you were involved in the team that was assigned to perform work for the Department of Human Services in respect of its online compliance program?
Yeah, that is correct.
Other people in the team included Mr Terry Webber. He was the most senior person in the team.
That is correct.
Mr Shane West.
That is correct.
Mr Bowe.
That is correct.
Thank you. And what was your role in the team performing the work under the contract with DHS?
Yeah. At the time, I was a senior manager. Originally, I was listed as the stream lead for the business process stream. There were multiple streams of work. Over the course of the engagement, in addition to performing work in that stream, I also had a coordinating role across different streams of work.
And did you understand, from your role as part of the team, the scope of work which PwC contracted with DHS to perform?
Yes, I did understand that scope.
All right. If I could have Exhibit 1634, PwC 1007.0001.0001 on the screen, please. The document is Proposed Services, a Business Process Improvement Review. You can see it on the screen there. And Mr Van Hagen, you have a bundle, hard copy bundle in front of you. If you would prefer to look at a hard copy of the document, I can take you to a tab number, and I'm currently referring to tab 12.
Perfect, thank you.
This document, you may know, and I'll ask you to confirm if you do, was the result of a series of interactions between PwC and DHS leading towards the final end of the agreed scope of works. Is that right?
That is correct.
Right. And although the document speaks for itself, can I just ask you to take you to the second page of the document?
Yep.
The second and third paragraphs included in the work to be formed by PwC was a detailed understanding of the current process supporting compliance and fraud activities, from which opportunities for improvement within those processes and a high-level implementation plan would be developed. That's right. And the table at the bottom of the page in the fourth column identifies a high-level roadmap and reporting, which includes presentations to a steering group, a draft report, feedback, and then a final report. That's right?
That is correct.
There were 4 phases identified in that overview, which were expanded upon in the document. Phase 1 was mobilise and gather input. Phase 2 was the current state analysis. Phase 3 were options for improvement, and Phase 4 was the implementation roadmap and report. That's right?
That's correct.
And there was a relatively compressed timeframe for the performance of the work.
That is right.
And did you understand, as a result of this document, and what you may have been informed by Mr West or others within the team, that in Phase 4, the report that would be prepared would be in the ordinary form of what is commonly understood as a report, rather than a series of PowerPoint slides for contrast?
I think that was my assumption at the time.
Yes.
Yep.
And in the consulting work undertaken by PwC, of which you had been a part up prior to this point, had there been reports prepared for clients which took the commonly understood form of a report?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
In your experience of the consulting work undertaken by PwC for various clients, it was common enough, I take it, that reports were produced at the end of the analysis work or consulting engagement.
It is common for a deliverable to be prepared as part of the engagement, noting that over the course of an engagement, the scope and required deliverables can change. So that is not uncommon.
Yes. And consistent with your understanding of a report being part of the deliverables in the final phase, work was taken by the team, the PwC team, to prepare a report, quite a detailed report, which ran almost to 100 pages, I think, by June of 2017. That's right?
That's correct.
And so at least in terms of the time frame, from this point in February through until at least late May, to your understanding, the deliverable of the final report hadn't changed during the process.
That is correct.
Right. As to the nature of the work to be undertaken by PwC, can I take you to tab 14, Exhibit 6615, and tab 15, one of the attachments. This was an email sent by Mr West to Ms Foster at DHS and copied to you on the 7th of March, in which he refers to 3 attachments.
Yep.
And the project plan, including the high-level assessment framework and project schedule, was one of those.
Correct.
And you'll find that behind tab 15, Exhibit 6616. Can I take you to page 2 of that document, dot 1077. The background and context is the heading, and can I draw your attention to the last 2 paragraphs, which provide some background and context, but particularly the last paragraph, which indicates the department, that is DHS, requested a detailed and holistic analysis to be undertaken in relation to the debt and compliance management activities of the department, culminating in identification of any areas for improvement together with a high-level implementation plan. You see that?
Yep.
In terms of the review to be conducted by PwC, you understood it to be an independent review, end-to-end of the systems that are described in the paperwork you've seen just now?
Yep, that is correct.
And I say independent in the sense that it wasn't a collaborative approach to a project at that point in time.
That is correct. Noting that, for example, in the engagement letter that we discussed earlier, a number of points were built in where we would engage, seek feedback, seek input from different stakeholders in the department, where we would take a collaborative approach to getting the input to, for example, the main deliverables.
That's right. You obviously needed to collaborate or consult in a detailed way with the department in order to understand the system, the processes, and gather all of the information necessary for the preparation of the deliverables.
Yep.
But that didn't detract from your understanding that PwC had an independent role in conducting that detailed and holistic end-to-end analysis.
Correct.
Now, throughout the months which followed, as I said, through to at least late May and perhaps early June, was it your understanding that those within DHS with whom PwC was consulting or getting information from were generally aware that PwC was working on a report as part of the deliverables?
Yes.
And although it has been a very significant period of time, you can't recall any specific conversation now to that effect, but that was your general understanding that this was common knowledge that PwC were working towards the production of a report in the final stage of its scope of works.
Yes, that is correct.
All right. It seems that over time, the title of the report or the way it was referred to changed.
Yep.
Now, what can you say about that?
As I included in my statement, I believe in early April we had a meeting with Jason McNamara. The meeting was mainly focused on the presentation. However, in that meeting, he requested that we didn't refer to the report, or he requested us to refer to the report as the strategy and plan, which was in that meeting, and that was recorded in some of the meeting notes.
All right. I might come to those shortly, but
Yep.
before we get to the detail, did Jason McNamara's request for a change in title from report to strategy and plan have any impact, as you understood it, on the content of the document?
No.
Right. Mr Van Hagen, can I take you to tab 17 in the bundle, Exhibit 6618, PWC-1007-1003-3123. This was an email you sent?
Correct.
To a number of people within PWC, including Mr Bowe and Mr West, where you indicated that you were wrapping up the current state assessment phase. Now, that was phase 2 of the scope of works that we identified in the early documents.
Yep, that is correct.
And you were, at this point in time, the start of the reporting and an analysis phase, which is in fact phases 4 and 3, respectively.
Correct.
Right. And you record here an update for people within PWC about a conversation you had with Ms Foster. And certainly in the summary of the conversation, you refer to the final date for the report being 13 April.
Correct.
Does that reflect that that was something which was spoken about openly rather than you providing some background and context to the conversation? That is, it was said between the two of you under the heading a summary of the conversation rather than you reminding everyone about documents in respect of the scope of works.
I believe it is correct, and that is what would have been discussed in that meeting.
Yes, all right. The third dash commences, the report should be clear on whether the current design/approach is fit for purpose. There are quite a few in the department that think they can still use the approach by making some updates. If we think this is not the case, I think, which I think we do, we will need to be clear. So can I just pause there? The concept of the design or the approach being fit for purpose, are you able to elaborate on that point?
While I cannot recall the specifics, I believe it's referring to the EOC process that was implemented at that point in time.
Yes.
Initially, the department implemented the online solution as OCI, which was subsequently improved or changed and renamed to EIC.
Yes.
And I think what she is referring to is whether the process that was in place at that point in time was fit for purpose.
And the purpose which is referred to there, is that raising debts generally, or is it more specific than that, raising accurate debts, or is it raising debts efficiently? Do you recall what the purpose was?
No, I don't recall discussing that.
All right. You make a reference, I think, in the final, second last sentence on the page to fit for purpose as well, where you say, while the focus on recommendations has been good, I feel we will have to strengthen our assessment of the current state and substantiate why it is or isn't fit for purpose going forward. The earlier paragraph that was drawn out indicated a view you had, or a view that PwC had, you understood PwC had, that is, you thought it was not the case, that it was fit for purpose. What did you mean by that?
I believe I referred to some of the emerging findings in relation to the system and some of the constraints that were noted in relation to its operation, especially considering the broader objective of our engagement, which was to assess the budget measures and their ability to deliver on that.
And are those emerging findings and the identification of constraints in relation to the scheme's operation ones which were identified in a document presented at an SES workshop a month or so later?
Yes, that is Correct.
Yes.
A couple, probably 2 weeks later
Yeah.
from this email.
All right, thank you. And while we're dealing with the topic of the department's awareness of the report, can you turn to tab 18, document number, exhibit number 6619. And then this is an email from you also to Mr. West, 28 March 2017, where you refer to a quick chat with Jason. Is that Jason McNamara?
I believe that's the case.
All right. To confirm whether that's the department,
Yep.
would like the final report to be in PowerPoint or Word, and his view, noting the Secretary's preference is to use Word. Just pausing there, do you recall on occasions being in meetings with the Secretary, Ms Campbell?
I recall, I think, 2 meetings over that period, which included Ms Campbell.
All right. And on the same date, but later that evening, behind tab 19, Mr Van Hagen, exhibit 6620, you share an initial draft report outline
Yep.
with various members of the PwC team that was pulled together a couple of weeks earlier. It was effectively a skeleton at this point.
Correct.
The only point I wish to highlight, Mr Van Hagen, in light of your earlier evidence about the request for the change of name, is behind tab 20, exhibit 6621, you'll see the heading Employment Income Confirmation, Business Process Improvement. You see that? Behind the next tab, tab 20, yes. That was the attachment to your email.
Yep.
And that was the title of the attachment at that point. Oh, and just to clarify some potential confusion, at that point, according to your email, 6620, the document was called DHS BPI Final Report version 0.01 _ JP.
Yep.
Okay. Do you recall whether the reference to Mr McNamara's, the Secretary's preference for a Word or other format for the report referred to by Mr McNamara indicated something as specific as, I've spoken to the Secretary, her preference is Word, or more general, from what I know of the Secretary, I think her preference would be Word, or somewhere in between. Can you recall?
No, I cannot recall that.
You can't recall?
Yeah.
All right. Mr Van Hagen, can I take you to tab 23, exhibit 3890. This is another email update by you to members of the team about conversations you had on this occasion with Ms Foster, it seems, where she communicated that both herself and Mr McNamara were happy with the meeting earlier that day and the way the work was shaping up. Does that indicate, given what follows in paragraph 4, the focus for next week will be twofold: progressing the draft report and parallel preparing for a number of executive workshops to present our work and recommendations, that some initial documents were shown in that meeting to at least Ms Foster?
I cannot recall whether documents were shown in that meeting, no.
Right. And reading that now, which communicates that both Ms Foster and Mr McNamara were happy with the way the work is shaping up. Does that suggest that they were able to view something, or they were receiving an oral briefing, or are you unable to say?
I'm unable to say.
Okay. The next tab is tab 24, Mr Van Hagen, Exhibit 3894. We've moved to 5 April 2017.
Yep.
And your email again to members of the team, including Mr Webber, Mr West and Mr Bowe, attaches 2 of the main documents for the SES workshop the following day, that is Thursday 6 April 2017. And that summarises the current state assessment and the overview of the proposed strategic priorities and recommendations. And the document which you attached as the current state assessment is behind tab 25, Exhibit 3895, which contains 3 columns with progressively smaller font.
Correct. Apologies for that.
In the third row, well, if we deal with the second, point 1, sorry, no, not that, I've said that in a confusing way. Column 2, that is the middle column, thank you, 1.2. This was the developed position from the initial proposition in column 1, which said the intent behind the budget measure is sound, however the approach requires a redesign. And the elaboration at 1.2 was that the current solution, I take it that's EIC?
Correct.
Will need to be redesigned in order to address structural issues in relation to the validity and use of data, customer experience and scalability. The structural issues there, I take it, are described in contrast to cosmetic issues. That is something that goes to the fundamental structure of the program.
I believe that is correct, and I think those points are further addressed in some of the remaining points on the page.
And so we then move to column 3, which elaborates even further on those points. That's correct. The way in which the document's created. And in the third column on the first row, thank you, we can see a gap between creating effectively 2 sections. Does the bottom section relate to point 1.2 and the matters raised there?
Yeah,
I see.
Correct.
The second dot point relates to data used for matching is not captured for this purpose and will continue to result in issues unless refined effectively. That is, the data referred to there is the PAYG data.
That is correct.
And that's a reference to the ATO collection of the data for a different purpose, that is a taxation purpose, rather than a debt calculation purpose according to a fortnightly entitlement.
Correct.
Right. We move towards the bottom of the page, point 6, which refers to the redesign. It says it will take considerable effort and a concerted program of work. And 6.1 and 6.2 elaborate further on the concept. Now, to those of us who are not familiar with the day-to-day language used by consultants, 6.2 refers to a supporting programmatic approach and strong governance arrangements. Can you say anything more about what is meant there than what is captured in the third column in the second group of 5 dot points?
I would say the dot points probably describe most of the intent, what that statement is trying to say. If I recall correctly, the reference to the programmatic approach was in relation to how the budget measures were managed, with different parts of the department responsible for implementing different elements of it, and without a kind of programmatic oversight, considering it was a substantial program of work of not just PAYG data matching, but also non-employment income information and asset and investment information that were supposed to come on later.
I see. The first 2 dot points in the top part of the third column, which are now highlighted, convey that enabling capabilities are required to be established and will take time to set up and mature. You're talking there about effectively a new system which encompasses all of those features that you've described.
Correct.
And did that reflect a view then held by you and perhaps the team more broadly that EIC was effectively not fit for the purpose of delivering the budget projections and the analysis of the data that it collected?
I believe that is correct, yes.
And although it's only a single dot point, it conveys a very significant meaning, I take it, that really what PwC was saying to the group of SES level people from DHS was that fundamentally a new program had to be developed and implemented to do the job.
Correct.
As opposed to adding on makeshift improvements to the existing EIC program.
I think that is broadly correct. There were certain elements that could be improved, and I think that is what point 7 is referring to below.
Yes.
So I think we were saying while short-term improvements can be made, at that point in time we did say there's a program of work required to deliver some of the other changes to the EIC system or the broader compliance program.
And if we just go to point 7 at the bottom of the page,
Yep.
it commences in the meantime. That reflects what you just indicated.
Correct.
The representation or the position arrived at this point in the process of PwC was that a new program had to be developed which holistically captured all of the objectives of the budget measures to be implemented by the department and dealt with it in an achievable and accurate way. But some add-ons could be improved to the EIC system in the short term. Is that right?
That is
Broadly speaking.
broadly speaking correct.
Yes. Was there a sense that those people who were at the presentation might not want to know that the EIC system really was not fit for purpose and a new system needed to be designed?
No, that was not my recollection from that workshop. Broadly, from that workshop, I remember that most of the participants, even though there were some questions, some clarifications, were broadly supportive or at least kind of accepted some of the findings that were discussed at that meeting.
Is another way of putting that, there was no great surprise that PwC was delivering the news that it thought EIC was not truly fit for purpose and a new program and process had to be holistically designed that would take time and money.
Correct.
Okay. Can I take you to tab 27, exhibit 6624?
Yep.
You referred earlier to some meeting notes, and we're talking about the change in the title of the report.
Correct.
These are the meeting notes.
Yep.
They were made by you the following day?
No, they were not made by me.
Not by you?
No.
But were you at this meeting?
I was at this meeting, yes.
And to be clear, this meeting was a meeting with Jason McNamara and Melissa Golightly on 7 April 2017.
No, it was a meeting with Jason McNamara in which he relayed feedback that he had been given by Melissa Golightly. I don't remember Melissa Golightly present in that meeting.
I see.
So where it's referencing Melissa Golightly, my understanding at this point in time is that that was Jason describing Melissa's feedback.
This was a face-to-face meeting?
Yes.
Who do you recall from PwC being there?
I believe it is in my statement. I recall Shane West and Lee Hunter were present. Ty Bowe may have been present as well.
And Ms Foster from DHS may have been there, but
May
you're
have been present as well.
not 100% certain about that.
Sorry?
Not 100% certain about that. And Lee Hunter, LEIGH, was the person who made the notes.
That is correct.
I've got that correct, thank you.
Yep.
So the first page refers to what was conveyed by Mr McNamara about Ms Golightly's response to the presentation the previous day. And the...
Can I...
Yes.
Sorry. Can you repeat what you just said?
This meeting was 7 April 2017, and the SES workshop was the previous day.
Yes.
At which that document with the 3 columns and reducing fonts was presented.
Correct.
And is it the case that the feedback recorded here from Ms Golightly through Mr McNamara was feedback following the SES workshop?
No, I don't believe that is correct. I don't think Melissa Golightly was not present at the executive workshop the day before.
Sure.
So I don't think it was her feedback on the workshop.
Right. Mr McNamara, was he present?
Yes, he was.
Did you understand that he had communicated to Ms Golightly the content of what was put at the workshop to the SES?
No, I cannot recall that.
Okay, all right. Well, there's a reference to not completely broken with 3 dots about 2/3 or 3/4 of the way down. Did you understand that that was a reference to the advice from PwC that there were structural design issues with the EIC program which were better replaced by a new program?
No, I don't think I would have related it to our advice.
All right. What did you understand that to relate to then?
I believe that that was her point of view at that point in time.
Referring to EIC?
I think so, yes. However,
perhaps not specifically to PwC's information the previous day.
Correct.
Okay. The other thing that is contained there, a few lines down, is the underlying assumptions still hold true. The debt is out there. How best to raise for debt collection? The profile might look different. And then there's a discussion about some practical measures and the volumes of
correct
debt letters being sent and the like. All right. We go to the page ending .0470. It's the 3rd page in. You have a heading in the middle of the page, Jason. That's a reference to Jason McNamara.
Correct.
And is what follows from that point in the note the matters expressed by Mr McNamara in the meeting?
That is what I understand is the case, yes.
All right. And if you go to the next page, .0471, just below halfway, and halfway being the reference to redesign, online for greater capacity by January 2018, in capitals, call report, quote, strategy and plan in capitals, end quote. That was the point at which Mr McNamara conveyed that he wanted the description of the ultimate deliverable to be called that rather than a report?
Yeah.
Okay. Did Mr McNamara explain why he preferred it to be called strategy and plan rather than a report?
No, I cannot recall that.
Do you recall any public statements made by anyone from the department at or about that time that appeared to have a relationship to this?
No.
Okay. And for completion, the final page of the document, the last two sentences reflect what I understand to be PwC's then view about the need for structural redesign of the program in order to achieve its objectives broadly.
Yeah, I believe that is correct.
Okay. That is, even though it's recorded underneath Mr McNamara, it appears to be something that PwC would have said.
I think that is correct, yes.
Okay. Mr McNamara's request that the report be called strategy and plan was referred to in various emails within PwC. It was variously described as the quote, not report, the not report, whatever you want to call it or not call it, the report with an asterisk or some funny number beside it. Did that reflect, to the extent you were involved in those emails, I don't need to take them to you, I take it you're familiar with them, that throughout that period of time within PwC, people were familiar with the concept of the report,
Correct.
kept calling it the report, but were correcting themselves in perhaps an ironic way to refer to the request to change the title but not the substance.
That is correct.
All right. And that was, or the reference, or that understanding about the request for the name change rather than the content change continued over the next month or two and was something that the whole team was involved in a common understanding about. Is that right?
I object.
Oh, sorry, what's the objection?
This witness cannot give an answer about the whole team's understanding. He can give his own understanding, but he cannot give an answer about the whole team's understanding.
Well, you'd be surprised what you can do in an inquiry, Mr McHugh. But you can tell us what you know about the team's understanding, which can be through hearsay if you tell us it's hearsay.
My point of view is, as I refer to in my statement, at a number of occasions in the emails that were shared as well, the team referred to it in that way that you just described before, noting that I think that is more by exception. Most of the time we would still continue to call it the report.
Now, at that meeting on the 7th of April 2017 with Mr McNamara, the topic of the presentation to the Minister, Mr Tudge, was discussed?
That is correct.
Right. And it was the case that the presentation, as it came to be known, was prepared at the request of the department to update the Minister on the strategy to reposition the budget measures in the short, medium and long term. Is that right?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. And could I take you to paragraph 28? Sorry, tab 28. This is Monday the 10th, following the meeting on Friday the 7th
Correct.
of April 2017, where you again provide an update to members of the team. And you attach a table, as you describe it, that summarises the narrative requested and discussed at the Friday meeting and our observations to date on whether the supporting information is available. If you turn then to tab 29, which is Exhibit 6626, the narrative is given some meaning in this table in the column on the left.
Correct.
It's described as a narrative discussed in the meeting with the Deputy Secretary. Who is referred to as the Deputy Secretary in this column?
I believe that is Melissa Golightly.
Okay. The literal phrase or the literal language there suggests she was in the meeting on the Friday, but that's not your recollection?
That is not my recollection.
All right. Key message 1, the intent of the measure is sound. Was that a narrative or a position statement conveyed on behalf of Ms Golightly about what was to be in the Minister's presentation?
That is my understanding, yes.
Right. And then the next column deals with PwC's assessment of whether the position proposed by Ms Golightly through Mr McNamara was something that PwC were comfortable with based on the evidence and information they'd located to that time.
That is correct.
And so one can see a comparison there that line by line, but the qualification that PwC added to the first narrative, key message 1, was that although the intent of the budget measure might be sound, PwC's position was that a redesign is required to address the structural issues with the current solution. That's right. And that's reflected in the earlier documents that we went through.
That is correct.
Okay. Ms Golightly's key message 1B was noting the intent of the measures is sound. This means it is correct that the total savings of $7 billion could be realised, and PwC's position was that, one, it wasn't within scope, and two, you weren't comfortable supporting that narrative to the Minister in the proposed presentation. That's right?
That is correct. I believe at that point in time I was under the assumption that we had not undertaken work to review the budget measures. However, I think I later learned that there was actually a body of work that had been looking at that.
Yes, this I think was a document prepared by you over the course of the weekend.
This document is, yeah, correct.
Following that meeting with Mr McNamara, where it was your preliminary work in respect of the narrative communicated through
Correct.
Mr McNamara. All right. Did you become aware at some point of any concern within PwC that the input of Ms Golightly in respect to the various versions of the presentation for the Minister took it further away from PwC's factual finding or analysis?
Yes, I was aware of that, or at least me personally.
You were personally aware of that?
Yep.
And does that reflect that what Ms Golightly wanted as a narrative for the Minister to be included in the presentation did not entirely align with PwC's analysis?
There were elements that were different than the analysis that we did up until that point.
All right. And you've seen various emails which reflect the to and fro in respect of the narrative pursued by Ms Golightly for the Minister's presentation in which you are included.
Yep, that is correct.
All right. Can I turn then to the topic of the delivery of the final report?
Mm-hmm.
Now, to your knowledge, was it delivered to the department?
To my knowledge, I don't think it has been delivered, or it was delivered.
Right. I'll take you to tab 65, Mr Van Hagen, exhibit 3900. This was your email to Mr West, Mr Bowe and others, and generally speaking, the others were involved in the preparation and drafting of the report.
Yep.
And had been for some months.
Yep.
The title of the attachment is the DHS Integrity Modernisation Implementation Strategy. But that was the new name for the same concept.
Correct.
Right. You refer there to your view that if those persons, particularly Mr West, was comfortable with the current version, it would be good to share a hard copy version with Mr McNamara, that's right?
Yep.
And do you know whether that happened?
No, I don't know whether that happened.
Did you talk to Mr West about it?
I cannot recall talking to him about that.
And I'll just get you to turn over to tab 66, exhibit 3901, just to confirm the front page of the document in its draft form at that point ran to 71 pages. Now, can I ask you this, Mr Van Hagen? In the ordinary course, it's a common practice for a draft of a final report to be provided to the client so that they can identify factual issues or information issues which may have been misunderstood in the development of the report and the drafting of it.
I think that is correct.
So there was nothing unusual about your request for Mr West, if he was comfortable with it, to provide it to Mr McNamara for feedback and information.
I think that is correct.
And you expected, of course, that given the scope of works involved, a draft report and a final report, I think with some consultation, this was just part of what you understood to be the very normal process agreed to between the parties at the outset.
Correct.
And at least at this point in time, because, at least to your understanding, everyone at DHS who was involved with PwC appeared to know about the report and its awareness, there was no sensitivity, political or contractual, in providing a draft of the report through Mr West to Mr McNamara.
I don't recall that, or...
The reference to comfort, or Mr West being comfortable in your email, refers to the content of the report at that stage of its development rather than any other point, doesn't it?
I believe that is correct.
Yes, all right. And to be clear, you went on leave on 17 May 2017.
Correct.
And there was nothing communicated to you before you went on leave to indicate that the draft report would not be finalised and delivered to the client, DHS, as you expected at the start.
That is correct.
And I think you returned from annual leave on 14 June 2017, about 4 weeks later.
That is correct.
Right. You learned at that point when you returned, as you say in your statement, that the report had not been finalised and was no longer required to be delivered by the department.
That is correct.
What do you recall of finding that out?
I recall I had a conversation with, I believe, with Shane and or with Ty that day. I recall that it was mainly talking about other things. However, that came up briefly as well, in which it was shared with me that a report wasn't finalised and wasn't shared with the department.
And was it explained to you why that was the case?
It may have been, but I cannot recall that.
In your statement, you say this: I think it is likely, this is paragraph 24.
Yep.
You're familiar with it. If not, there's a hard copy, Exhibit 6612. It'll be behind tab 7 in your bundle if you need to refer to it.
Thank you.
That one of those people you spoke to on your return, either Mr. West or Mr. Bowe, said that Terry had a conversation with the secretary and a report wasn't required.
Correct.
Is that your recollection?
That is my recollection.
Right. I take it was second or third hand information, but at least you came to understand that it was at that level that the decision was made.
Correct.
Mr. West and Mr. Bowe, to your recollection, did not communicate that they were involved in the decision not to provide the report. Is that right?
I do not recall that.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. That's the evidence.
Ms Hagen-Doran? I'll give everybody a crack first. Mr Hagen-Doran, Ms Hagen-Doran, sorry.
Nothing, thank you, Commissioner.
Right. Mr McHugh, did you have anything?
No, I have no questions.
Okay, thanks. Mr Izzo.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I have no questions. Thank
All
you.
right.
Yes. If Mr Van Hagen can be excused.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr Van Hagen. You're excused. And I think we'll all be going in a minute, so if you want to hang on. I'm a bit concerned about time. Do you think 2 o'clock start?
Yes.
All right, 2 o'clock.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned until 2 p.m. Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr Gregory.
Commissioner, the next witness is Mr Ty Bowe, who appears.
Mr Bowe, will you take an oath or an affirmation?
An affirmation.
Right. Could you stand, please?
Your response is, I do. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Yes, Mr Gregory.
Thank you, Commissioner. Your full name is Ty William Bowe,
Yes.
and your current occupation is?
I'm a partner at PricewaterhouseCoopers.
You were served with a notice to give a statement and produce documents dated 9 February 2023 and produced a statement comprising 102 paragraphs dated 22 February 2023.
Yes.
Is the contents of that statement true and correct?
Yes.
Thank you. You were part of the team engaged by the Department of Human Services in early 2017 to conduct a review of what was then known the Online Compliance Program or the Employment Information Compliance Program.
Yes.
All right. And as you set out in your statement, in that role, you were involved in various aspects of the PwC team's work, including contributions to what was to be a final report prepared under the terms of the agreement.
Yes.
At paragraph 22 of your statement, you say that you began working on the report in about late March 2017, and from that time until towards the end of the engagement, it was my understanding that when finished, the report was intended to be the deliverable report referred to in the work order. Towards the end of the engagement, my understanding changed, as described from paragraph 29 below, and in terms of time, you think that was early June 2017.
Yes.
You've seen the draft of the report, which has the words implementation strategy in its title.
Yes.
So there's no ambiguity. It is that document, which I think in its final version ran to almost 100 pages, which you are talking about in paragraph 22 of your statement.
Yes, the Word document.
There was a point in time at which there was a request from the department, particularly Mr McNamara, to change the title of the document or the way that it was referred to. Do you recall that?
No.
Okay. Do you recall that the report was thereafter described in terms as the non-report or not report?
No.
Not aware of that?
I don't recall it.
Okay. There's a hard copy in front of you, Mr Bowe. Can I take you to tab 75, exhibit 6663? It is an email from Mr West to you, 24 May 2017.
Sorry, what was the number?
Tab 75.
And what was the number of the document?
Oh, in the top right corner, it'll have pwc.1003.5015.
Yes.
And there is an electronic copy on the screen as well, so you can double check that you're looking at the right physical document.
Yes.
The email trail commences on the second page with you emailing Mr West asking if he could send you through a copy of the Phase 2 DHS engagement letter and a JBT. What's a JBT?
Job budgeting tool.
All right. And then that goes backwards and forwards until the email at the top of the page, the last in the trail, on page 1, where Mr West says, I've also gone through another 20 or so pages of the non-report, hoping to get to the end today. The reference there, do you understand that to be a reference of the report titled, at that point time in draft, Integrity Modernisation Implementation Strategy?
Yes.
Okay.
And do you remember now that that terminology was used?
Well, I recalled that through going through the emails, but yes.
You came... tab 76, Mr Bowe, Exhibit 4774, an email from you to Mr Webber and Mr West, 30 May 2017. Can you see that?
Yes.
Right. You set out an update for Mr Webber in this email in respect of the DHS implementation strategy document. That is a reference to the draft report which bore the title Integrity Modernisation Implementation Strategy.
Yes.
Okay. And at that point in time, that is 30 May, the draft ran to about 97 or 98 pages.
That sounds about right.
Sounds right. You refer to an agreement with DHS. Do you recall who from DHS was involved in that agreement?
No.
Are you able to limit the possible number of people who were involved?
Well, I think in my statement I expected that this related to a meeting that Shane would have had with Jason in about mid-May. So I think it's likely it was probably with Jason, but I'm not sure.
That is, Mr McNamara reached that agreement with Mr West?
That would be my expectation based on the email.
And the report was to be delivered at around the 2nd of June, which was, I think, Friday of the same week that you sent this email?
Yes.
Right. Was it Mr West who conveyed to you that DHS intended to mark the final report as protected or sensitive coal cabinet?
I don't recall.
Do you recall why it was intended to mark the report that way?
No.
In any event, you attach the latest draft, and if you turn to tab 77, you'll see the draft of the document, Exhibit 4775, which was the one I just said to you ran to about 97 or 98 pages, but that's the document you're referring to?
I expect so, yes.
And that's the document as it was in that week that it was agreed to be delivered in final form to DHS?
Yeah, I would expect so, yes.
And it bears the date June 2017, halfway down on the left margin?
Yes.
Thank you. Can I take you to tab 78? This is an email from you a week later to Mr West, which again provides an update on things DHS related. The phase 1 is a reference to the first engagement with DHS, which commenced in February that year, that's right?
Yes.
It's not a reference to the first phase of the first engagement.
I wouldn't expect so, no.
No. Phase 2 relates to the second engagement entered into between PwC and DHS, which commenced in or about May or June 2017.
Yes.
And you were involved in a series of projects or consultancy agreements between PwC and DHS over subsequent periods of time.
Yes.
In respect of phase 1, you have 2 dot points. in the process of raising the final bill, approximately 113,000 excess on code. And the second dot point is final report awaiting response from Terry. Now, in the circumstance where you sent an email a week earlier noting the agreement reached between Mr West and Mr McNamara, as you understood it, that the report would be delivered Friday 2 June, are you referring to the fact here that the final report had not yet been delivered?
I expect so, yes.
Right. And Terry there is Terry Webber?
Yes.
And was he described, I can't recall the word, the procurement or engagement person from PwC so far as DHS was concerned?
He would have been the overall engagement partner, yes.
The engagement partner, thank you. And it was the engagement partner in respect of the contract who obviously had the final approval in respect of what was happening with the report so far as PwC was concerned.
Yes.
And the fact that Mr Webber was the engagement partner is why you are informing Mr West that you're waiting on a position from Mr Webber about the final report.
I expect so, yes.
To your knowledge, the final report was never produced to DHS, is that right?
That's right.
And when I say final, I mean in draft form or signed final form.
Yes.
And if you turn to tab 79, it's an email sent by you to Ms Foster at DHS the following day, exhibit 6665, which attaches the tax invoice for the second invoice for the BPI Phase 1 work. That is, it was the second half of the scheduled invoicing for the first contract.
Yes.
And the invoice is over the page at tab 80, 6666, and reflects 50% of the contract value.
Yes.
The response from Terry, which you refer to in your email on Tuesday, 6 June 27, must therefore have been communicated to you in the 24-hour period between the two emails?
Oh, that's my best.
And what did Mr Webber say to you about the final report?
I can't recall.
This must have been, you accept, I suggest, the communication of the fact that the final report was not required to be delivered to DHS under the contract before the invoice was submitted.
I would expect so.
And because of the way in which that sequence of emails works, I take it was Mr Webber who must have been the person to communicate that to you.
I suspect it was either Terry or Shane as the two, but I don't have a recollection of which of those would have told me.
Right. Was it unusual to not submit the final report in the circumstances where it had been worked on for months up to the very last stage of the draft?
I haven't been involved in another project where that has occurred.
Yet have not come across that before?
I haven't, no.
And it didn't strike you as odd then?
I'm sure it was odd to me at the time, yes.
But you can't now recall anything about it?
No.
If Mr West communicated it to you, is it your understanding that that would have been because of something that Terry communicated to him?
I would expect either Terry communicated it to Shane or DHS, but yes, it would be one of those two options.
Right. But at the top of the tree is Mr Webber?
Correct.
And so he communicates to Shane who tells you, or he communicates with you directly, is what?
That's my best estimate, yes.
Right. Can I take you, Mr Bowe, to tab 82, exhibit 4776. We've moved almost a year further along, Friday 27 April 2018. You send an email to some people who I take it are employees of PwC.
Yes.
And you refer to the client, in brackets, Liz Bundy. That is a reference to a person employed by DHS.
Yes.
And this is in the context of further contracts which have been entered into for consultancy services, broadly speaking, between DHS and PwC.
Yes.
One of the documents you attach is the DHS Integrity Modernisation Implementation Strategy and Draft.
Yes.
That is the draft report which we just looked at, attached to your email of 2 June 2017.
Yes.
You refer to it in the final paragraph, or second last paragraph, commencing, "I have also attached." You see that?
Yes.
All right. And you ask those people within PwC, or direct them, or request in strong terms, not to forward the document to any others or to the client, and you'll explain the reason on the call next week. Is it the case that there was some sensitivity about the provision of the document to the client?
Well, I would expect that if it wasn't provided to the client who had engaged it, we wouldn't have been comfortable providing it to any other client. That wouldn't have been appropriate.
But this was the same client, wasn't it? It was DHS. It was just subsequent work orders with the same client.
That's right, but with a different person at DHS.
All right. The email reflects, I suggest, the fact that you recalled as at April 2018 the reason why the document was not sent to the client in June 2017.
I would expect so.
All right. And does that email assist your recollection today?
No.
Okay. Well, if we move to August 2018 to tab 81, exhibit 3973. You send an email again to Mr West, Thursday 9 August 2018. You can see that?
Yes.
And it's the last email in a sequence of emails initially to which you were not a party. And if we go to the final page of the document, dot 5136, Mr Bowden, a PwC partner, sends an email to Mr West, Shane, one more, to what extent are we publicly associated with Robodebt? Do you see that?
Yes.
Right. And on the same day, Mr West replies, they'll have to dig a bit, but the secretary at the time, brackets Catherine Campbell, told both the Ombudsman's review that we were working with them. She was pretty vague in what we were doing, brackets, it wasn't a review, brackets, and we never provided any report, etc. before, and the review had closed. Asked for copies, but timing didn't allow. Let me know if you want more background. And then the trail continues over to page dot 5135 on the same day, where Mr Bowden asked Mr West for 3 to 5 dot points on what PwC did. Mr West inquires about when it's required and says it was deliberately future-looking, that is, don't tell me what went wrong, there are enough people doing that, tell me what to do to fix it. End quote, brackets. I think a testament to our success was that it disappeared from the media pretty quickly after we got involved. And the email trail continues. The dot points are sought by Monday. And then Mr West emails you that afternoon at the bottom of the page at 4:06 p.m, and you provide your response in a little more than an hour later. See that?
Yes.
I take it you also recalled as at 9 August 2018 why the final report was not provided to DHS?
I'm not sure.
The documents clearly suggest that, don't they, Mr. Bowe?
Well, I think I'm aware of the engagement. I'm just not sure if I would recall the reason at that point in time, but it's likely.
It's likely. And sometime between 9 August 2018, in the context of the first occasion that you had in your career to that point not been asked to finalise a report in a consultancy process, and in the context where there was an ombudsman's in review, and in the context where Mr. Bowden, a partner at PwC, wanted to know to what extent PwC was publicly associated with Robodebt, is it your evidence that you now can't recall why the final report wasn't provided?
Yes.
Only that either Mr. Webber or Mr. Webber through Mr. West informed you that it wasn't the case on about 6 or 7 June 2017 and the final bill was submitted?
Yes.
Is that your honest response?
Beg your pardon?
Is that your honest response?
Yes.
That you have no recollection
I have no recollection.
of why it wasn't provided?
Yes.
Do you recall a conversation with Mr. Van Hagen in which you or Mr. West told Mr. Van Hagen that Mr. Webber had a conversation with Ms. Campbell and that a report was not required?
No.
Was it your understanding of the nature of the engagement between PwC and DHS that it was also likely that it was the Secretary, Ms. Campbell, who communicated to Mr. Webber that a report was not required?
Is it my understanding that that was how it was communicated? No, it's not my understanding. It could have been.
But what I'm suggesting is that was your understanding of the hierarchy at DHS and the corresponding hierarchy at PwC such as to make it likely that it was the person at the top of the DHS hierarchy, Ms. Campbell, who communicated that a report was not required to Mr. Webber?
I think there was probably a number of people at DHS who could have communicated that. I think the people we engaged with most frequently were Kristen Foster and Jason McNamara, and then also with Melissa Golightly, perhaps less frequently, and then occasionally Catherine throughout. So it could have been any of those.
According to whatever internal policies DHS had about levels of authority to vary the contract, as it were, so that one of the key deliverables was not required.
I'm sorry, what was the question there?
Well, you've said that there are perhaps 4 or 5 people with whom PwC was in regular contact with throughout the consultancy who might have communicated that a report wasn't required. Mm-hmm. And I'm suggesting that the extent to which any one of those could do so must have been, to your knowledge, according to whatever authority any one of those persons had to vary the contract, such as to remove a key deliverable.
Yeah, I would say that of those 4, perhaps Kristen may not have had that authority, but the other 3 I would have thought would.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. No further questions.
Hagen,
Nothing, thank you, Commissioner.
Mr McHugh, anything?
I have no questions, Commissioner.
Right. Mr Holmes. Microphone.
Sorry, Commissioner. Yes, I do have a couple of questions arising out of that, if I may. Just looking for the transcript reference, but Mr Bowe, you were asked a few moments ago about your recollection about why the report was not provided to the DHS. You recall that evidence?
Yes.
And I think that the effect of your evidence was that you said you don't now recall why it was that you were told that the report was not going to be provided to DHS.
Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention to paragraph 31 of your statement, which is on page 5.
Exhibit 6614.
Yes.
Just take a moment to read that, but I want to direct your attention particularly to the middle of that paragraph, which says, my understanding was that the reason DHS did not require the report to be provided to, was, etc. Have you read that?
Yes.
Is that inconsistent or consistent in your mind with the evidence you just gave a few moments ago about not recalling why the report wasn't provided?
It's consistent.
I might have to make a decision about that, Mr Holmes.
Yes, perhaps I should do this in the absence of the witness. I don't want to be, if I can address that point.
Would you mind just going outside?
Sure.
Mr Bowe, it'll only be a minute or so, I'm sure.
Commissioner, I accept that you have to make that decision ultimately. Trying to address the witness's own understanding of the distinction, if any, between the two parts of his evidence, and trying not to lead him while doing so, in order to allow him to explain, if he believes that it is consistent, how that's the case, because on the face of it, there appears to be an inconsistency.
Yeah, well, surprisingly, he doesn't seem to think so. So where are you going next?
Well,
then?
I was proposing to ask him just to explain how the two things are consistent.
Sure. And that's it?
Yes.
Right. Can we have Mr Bowe back?
Mr Bowe, can you please explain to the Commission how it is that you consider those two parts of your evidence to be consistent?
Sure. So I think I was asked, do I have a recollection of how I came to that understanding? And so I think what I'm saying here is that I had a general understanding that the reason that they didn't require that report was because they were keen to focus on the implementation of the improvement initiatives and minimise media interest.
Does minimise media interest on the challenges of the previous system mean not make it obvious to all and sundry that the whole thing had been a disaster? Would that be a fair characterisation of minimising media interest in the challenges?
So I think what I meant as I said that was that DHS felt they understood what they needed to do and ongoing, or when media interest occurred that distracted them from getting on with undertaking those improvement initiatives.
And the challenges of the previous system?
Well, I think the media interest at the time, I understand, was largely focused on the challenges of that previous system, and they felt that distracted them from going on and improving the system.
That's a fascinating explanation. Thank you, Mr. Bowe. Yes, Mr.
More
Holmes.
questions, Commissioner?
Mr. Gregory, anything?
Mr. Bowe, you just told the Commissioner that you thought DHS felt they understood what they needed to do. Surely their understanding of what they needed to do would be better informed by providing the report. Would you agree with that?
I think the contents of the report were provided to DHS in a number of ways throughout the engagement. So I think they had a good understanding of what was required.
You don't think providing it in a comprehensive way, in the usual way, would be of any more assistance? Is that what you're saying?
It would have been helpful to have it all in a single document, I'm sure.
If Mr. Bowe could be excused.
Yes. Thanks, Mr. Bowe. You're excused.
Commissioner, the next witness is Mr. Webber.
Commissioner, Mr. Webber indicated to me that he'll take an oath.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Mr. Webber indicated to me that he'll take an oath. If that's
Oh, he'd take an oath, sure. You ready, Jess? If you'd head that way and stay standing, please, Mr. Webber.
Thank you.
Please stand. Please place your right hand on the Bible. Your response is, I do. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes, Mr. Gregory.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Webber, can you tell the Commission your full name, please?
That's Terence Ronald Webber.
And Mr. Webber, you were served with a notice to give a statement and produce documents marked NTG-0190, dated 10 February 2023, and you provided a statement in response dated 23 February 2023. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And are the contents of that, your statement, true and correct?
Correct.
All right. You commenced employment with PwC in about 1982 and worked in a number of non-partner roles until you became a partner in 1997?
That is correct.
And in 2017, you were a partner of PwC who had contact with Ms. Catherine Campbell, Secretary of the Department of Human Services.
That is correct.
And your contact with her led up to an engagement, a DHS engagement of PwC to conduct a review of the debt collection program they had at the time.
That is correct.
In broad terms. And you were described, I think, as the engagement partner so far as the ultimate contract was entered into.
That is correct.
And for that reason, you were the signatory on the proposal put by PwC to DHS in respect of the services for their business process improvement review dated 13 February 2017.
That is correct.
Your involvement in the day-to-day consultancy work undertaken by PwC pursuant to the contract varied according to Mr West's availability or the demands of any particular stage of the process?
It varied according to Mr West's availability, yes.
All right, okay. During the course of PwC's engagement, the PwC was asked to prepare a presentation to the Minister for the Department of Human Services in respect of its analysis of the DHS program up to that point.
That is correct.
Did you have contact with a Ms Melissa Golightly during the course of the first half of 2017?
Yes, I did.
And was she involved in various communications with PwC in respect of the presentation for Minister Tudge?
Yes, she was.
And I take it there was some concern on the part of PwC that what Ms Golightly asked PwC to incorporate or present in a narrative form in the presentation to the Minister might not align entirely with the work done and information gathered by PwC to that point.
I think the answer to that is that we made sure that what we put into the presentation was correct and factful at the time.
And speaking about this particular instance, is it the case that consultants such as PwC has to walk the line, as it were, between what the client wants, in this case DHS, and what it is comfortable saying about the work that it has uncovered, and draw it at some particular point, as you say, only saying something to the Minister that you were comfortable saying?
Yeah, I wouldn't describe it as walk the line. It's just part of our business.
Part of managing the client's expectations and requirements.
Again, it's part of our business where we only state what we believe to be correct.
I'll take you to tab 62 in the volume of documents in front of you if you'd like to look at a hard copy, Exhibit 6657. A copy will also come up on the screen there, Mr Webber, if you would prefer to look at it on the screen. This is an email exchange between yourself and Mr West on Friday, 28 April 2017?
That is correct.
The one on the screen is not that. Exhibit 6657, PwC.1007.1003.3866_R.
Yep.
And yes, thank you. And if we look at your email at 2:39 p.m, about 3/4 of the way down the page, in response to an invitation for a meeting from Mr West, you communicate that you're not back in Canberra until 10 a.m. Wednesday. Do probably catch up around lunchtime. What's the topic? And then the next email in the trail is Mr West's response, where he suggests lunch, and the topic is in respect of DHS, to see what conversations you had about the next phase while I was away. If I pause there was a period of time when Mr West was away on holidays, I think.
That is correct.
Yes, and you were stepping in to cover his role while he was gone.
That is correct.
And he identified in the second paragraph There's also a question about how to brief the Secretary and Minister's office. There's also a question about how the brief to the Secretary and Minister's office relates to the work we've done, brackets, i.e. the extent to which we're selling the message of Melissa in particular versus presenting our analysis and views, close brackets. The reference to Melissa is the reference to Ms. Golightly. That's right.
That is correct.
And the Secretary is a reference to Ms. Campbell.
That is correct.
And the message of Ms. Golightly refers to the suggested changes to the various drafts of the presentation for the Minister, which was to happen a short time later. That is her suggestions to the drafts of the presentation.
Yep.
Right. He refers to the question of whether DHS were looking at PwC to do more than what they originally quoted for, and he expresses a concern in the last paragraph that DHS aren't actually going to do things that, I think it means they should, to actually change the way the compliance program works. So we need to form a view as to how we'll handle that. What do you recall about that topic of the conversation when you met with Mr. Webber on the Wednesday?
I don't specifically recall what I said in that conversation. It was obviously some time ago, and I can't remember the specifics of that conversation.
All right. If we go up to the last email, which was your response,
yep.
Where you, oh sorry, the second last email, your response. You reach agreement about catching up over lunch. You say, I know where you are coming from, however, I believe the Secretary is now supporting the scope change for the moment until we get the Minister off our and her back. Do you recall what you were referring to there?
The scope change was, I think, an increase in the work that we were going to do in relation to implementation of our recommendations.
And was that part of this initial contract, or was it only, that is, the actual assistance to DHS in the implementation phase, or was this contract only concerned, to your knowledge or recollection, with the identification of implementation steps that might be taken in the future?
The scope change was not part of the original assignment.
Right. That is, it might lead to a further assignment or a further contract in respect of implementation.
That wasn't the expectation at the time, but as we're into the program, they were needing, it was identified they were needing help, and potentially we could help with that.
And is that what you're referring to in the last sentence where you say budget won't be a problem and we will be there for the next 3 years and will actually take on the outsource of the data analytics function? Is that there was a contemplation by you or PwC that this initial scope of works would lead to a need for further support for the department over a period of time?
There was certainly a need for further support, whether it was from us or from whoever, but there was a need for further support, which we identified.
You expressed it in terms as which might convey some confidence about it being PwC who got the contracts for the further work.
Sorry, could you?
You appear to be confident that it might be PwC who got the contracts for the further work.
it made logical sense that it should be PwC, yes.
And it was logical because the work done by PwC in this engagement in early 2017 was designed to be a detailed and holistic analysis of the end-to-end program.
It was designed to identify issues and an implementation plan going forward.
Yes. And just to correct a typographical error that appears here, the word orientation, once done, we are orientation, that ought to be presentation.
That is my belief. I think I said that in my statement. I'm not the greatest at sometimes of typing.
That's okay. But the reference, the true reference to presentation was a presentation to the minister. That's what you're referring to? Presentation to him is to the minister.
Yes.
Yes. And I suggest the presentation was not representative of what needed to be done. That is, the plan was to do the presentation and then get back on scope of actually making it happen in the terms of the earlier email.
The presentation included an high-level implementation plan. So
but it was...
That's what needed to be done, and that was included in the presentation.
But the briefing of the minister, the presentation to the minister, was at this point really a tangent of the work that was being done under the original scope with DHS.
I wouldn't refer to it as a tangent.
All right.
It was part of us delivering our assignment.
The report, ultimately described as the Integrity Modernisation Implementation Strategy, was to be provided to DHS around Friday 2 June 2017. If you don't have an immediate recollection of it.
I don't have immediate recollection of the date or...
That's okay, I'll take you to the document.
Yep.
Tab 76, Exhibit 4774. This was an email from Mr. Bowe to you, copied to Mr. West on Tuesday 30 May 17, which attached the draft report as it was at that date. And Mr. Bowe informed you that a few weeks ago PwC agreed with DHS that we would provide the DHS implementation strategy document around the 2nd of June.
Yeah, around the 2nd of June, yes, not necessarily on the 2nd.
Not necessarily on the 2nd, and you can confirm for the record that behind tab 77, the next tab, the draft of the implementation strategy document, which was the report, was attached to that email.
That is correct.
The next document, tab 78, was an email to which you were not a party, but it refers to you, Exhibit 6664, sent by Mr. Bowe to Mr. West on Tuesday 6 June 2017. Phase 1 is referred to there, according to Mr. Bowe, as the first engagement between PwC and DHS. And there are 2 dot points. The first, in the process of raising final bill, approximately 113,000 excess on code And the second dot point, final report awaiting response from Terry. You'll see the date, Tuesday 6 June. And the next tab, tab 79, 6665, is an email from Mr Bowe to Ms Foster at the department, Wednesday 7 June 2017, which attached the second invoice for the scope of work, and you can see that invoice behind tab 80. See that?
I can see the invoice, yep.
The email indicates that something to do with the final report required a response from you. What do you recall of the situation in respect of the delivery of the final report as at 6 and 7 June 2017?
I don't recall what transpired between the 6th and the 7th of June, but my belief was we wouldn't have issued an invoice unless the client was completely satisfied with the delivery of the services as per our work order.
Or satisfied of the delivery of the services irrespective of the work order?
I don't understand that.
All right. Well, PwC was always of the understanding that a report was a key deliverable under the work order.
The work order states a report.
Yes. And the report, you've just seen it, was prepared after agreement with DHS to be delivered on or around Friday 2 June 2017. But you know that it was not delivered at all.
Yeah, I don't believe it was delivered.
Yes.
A presentation was delivered.
Well, that was much earlier than the 2nd of June. And PwC was able to render its final invoice for 50% of the value of the contract by referring to an implementation strategy and an implementation roadmap as Phase 4 deliverables. But the report titled Implementation Strategy was never provided to DHS.
If you're referring to the report under tab 77.
Yes, Exhibit 4775, yes.
And I don't believe it was delivered to DHS.
And is it the case that then PwC was informed by someone at DHS that that report was not required to be delivered before the final invoice was submitted?
I don't recall that.
You had a good working relationship with Catherine Campbell?
Yes, correct.
That is, there were occasions when you and her socialised at PwC-sponsored events?
That is correct.
I suggest it's likely, given your relationship with her, that if there was to be a variation to a key deliverable of the contract, that is the provision of the report, it would have come from Ms Campbell to you.
I couldn't, it could have come to a variety of people within the department, to a variety of people within PwC, or it could have come from Ms Campbell to myself, but I don't recall actually where it came from, if it did.
The for completeness, the context in which PwC entered into the first scope of works with DHS in February 2017 followed a meeting or a series of meetings between you and Ms Campbell.
That is correct. It came from a telephone call.
Yes.
Initially.
And that is, it was within your role as an engagement partner to engage with the Secretary of the Department in respect of services that PwC may be able to provide which were sought by the Department.
Yeah, as per my statement, correct.
Yes. And that's why I suggest it's likely that if there was a variation to the contract by not requiring the delivery of a report, it likely came through that existing relationship between Ms Campbell and yourself.
I cannot recall if it did or if it didn't. It's possible it did. And as I said in my statement, I can't recall, but it may have happened.
Certainly PwC would have to satisfy itself that irrespective of not providing one of the key deliverables, that is the report on which it had worked for months, the department was satisfied that the contract was nonetheless complete for the payment of that invoice.
As I said in my statement, we wouldn't issue a bill unless the department was satisfied with the delivery of our services.
That is. Thank you. Thank you.
Ms Hagen.
Nothing arising. Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr McHugh.
There are no questions, Commissioner.
All right, thank you. Mr Gregory?
Yes, if Mr Webber can be excused.
Yes, thanks, Mr Webber.
Thank you.
Excused. And you may all have a plane to catch, I'm not sure.
Yes, I was just going to ask if we might be excused as well.
Yes, thank you. You too, Mr Holmes. Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner, Mr Scott and Ms Marsh have the remaining witnesses.
Thank you. They're not both sharp, all sharp, are they? Or whatever his name is. Oh, God.
Commissioner, before the next witness is called, can I tender some additional documents owing to the next witness's supplementary statement?
Yes.
Exhibit 6709 through to 6715.
Yes. 6709 to 6715 were admitted with the, as per the descriptions in that schedule.
Commissioner, I call Brian Sparks.
Now, will you take an oath or an affirmation, Mr Sparks?
Thank you.
Sorry?
I'm sorry.
Oath or affirmation?
Oath will be fine. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Please place your right hand on the Bible. Your response is, I do. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thanks. Take a seat.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr Scott?
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr Sparks, you were provided a notice to give a statement and produce documents from the Commission date of the 10th of February 2023.
That's correct.
And you produced a statement in response to that notice dated the 20th of February 2023.
I did, yes.
And additionally, you produced a supplementary statement dated the 27th of February 2023.
I did.
Are the contents of your statements true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Sparks, you were formerly a lawyer employed by the Department of Human Services.
I was, yes.
You're now retired?
I'm now retired, yes.
Okay. In March through to May 2017, what position did you occupy in that department?
I was a principal legal officer located in Hobart. My role was to undertake litigation in the AAT in Hobart, and I also performed a role in relation to the debt litigation across Australia. I was what was called a business coordinator. That involved providing advice to lawyers in relation to debt applications before the AAT second review, clearing statements of facts and contentions, considering and approving or not approving recommendations to settle applications before the AAT second review, and considering recommendations in relation to AAT first review set-asides, where the tribunal didn't affirm the decision of the Secretary, but set it aside, substituted a decision, or in some way altered the decision of the Secretary. Those decisions adverse to the Secretary were considered in the in the respective state office, and then a recommendation made to me as a business coordinator of debts as to whether or not an appeal should be lodged for a second review on behalf of the Secretary.
And you're referring to first and second review. That's a reference, I take it, to the two-tiered system of reviews in the AAT for social security appeals.
That's correct. The first review, AAT, was previously the Social Security Appeals Tribunal, but that was merged with the AAT maybe in about 2015, I can't recall when. Yes, the first reviewer, AAT, are those, that's the first stage in the merits review process in the AAT. If a person is satisfied with the decision of at first review, then they have a right of merits review to a second review by the AAT. So it's a two-stage process, and that's after they've exhausted the internal appeal processes.
Okay. And then, of course, the next stage, if a party is unsatisfied with the outcome of the Tier 2 review, would be an appeal to the Federal Court on a question of law.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And is this right? You had experience with respect to the practice and procedure of the AAT, not only from your employment with the Department of Human Services, but you were employed from 1999 to 2002 as the welfare rights solicitor with the Hobart Community Legal Service.
That's correct, representing Centrelink clients in matters against the department.
In the AAT?
In the AAT and in the SSAT at the time.
And would this be right, therefore you would have been familiar with the provisions of the AAT's governing legislation?
I think that's correct to say that, yes.
Okay. And were you familiar with the provisions of the AAT Act that deals with the AAT's power on a review?
Yes, yes.
Including Section 43 of that Act, which on such a review empowered the AAT to set aside the decision under review and remit the matter for reconsideration in accordance with any directions or recommendations of the tribunal.
Correct, which it did on many occasions, I would suggest.
Right. And did you understand that the effect of a direction of the tribunal was it then bound the department as to how any reconsidered decision on remittal was to be made, that is, bound the department decision maker to make their decision in accordance with that direction?
Yes.
Now, the notice to you, would you agree, focuses on a particular decision of the AAT in March 2017 and advice that you were involved in following that decision?
Yes.
Now, you've got 3 folders in front of you, Mr. Sparks, for ease of reference. There's your main folder, I think. There's a supplementary folder, and then there's a folder which on my table is described as additional cases and legislation. Is that?
Yes, I have those.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you firstly about some documents in the first folder. That's the main folder, Mr. Sparks.
Yes.
And just to be clear, I might be stating the obvious, but the name of the AAT case, that's the applicant in the case, we can't mention because, as you know, the Tier 1 decisions have to be confidential.
Yes, I understand that fully, yes.
Thank you. And if it's not apparent to you what the name of the applicant is in the case that I'm about to take you to, let me know and I can...
I know yes.
Okay, thank you.
The case you're referring to, yes.
All right. So the case that I'm going to take you to should be behind your tab 33 of the main folder, which is Exhibit 6701. Doc ID CTH.4750.0025.0049.
Yes, yes, I recognise that.
As the case that we've been discussing?
Yes, I do, yes.
Okay. Now, if we can just call out the section-headed decision on the page that's on the screen.
Yes.
The decision is expressed to be that the tribunal decided to set aside the decision, that is the decision of the first instance decision maker, and recover an overpayment of debt of youth allowance in the amount of $7,452.76 for the period 8 July 2010 to 6 June 2012, and send it back to be redetermined in light of directions that, and I'm particularly going to focus, Mr. Sparks, on the first 2 directions. Firstly, no debt or debt component is able to be founded on extrapolations from Australian Tax Office records. You see that?
Yes.
And then the second is the earnings components of any recalculated debts as may be raised must be based on and confined to any fortnightly salary records obtainable in the exercise of statutory powers to do so if set in train.
Yes.
See that?
Yes.
Now, as you're familiar with the decision, the reference to extrapolations from Australian Tax Office records, would you agree, is a reference to the practice of averaging as it was being used in the Robodebt scheme?
That's correct.
A practice which, would you agree, the tribunal had concluded was unlawful?
Yes, the averaging of income based on income tax records in itself was never consistent with the legislation. That's clearly the case. And that's saying that I'm having regard to previous decisions of the AAT prior to the amalgamation with the SSAT and after that addressed that. And it was quite clear from that those cases that averaging per se was inconsistent with the legislation, and I think that's clearly the case. So yes, I agree.
Perhaps my question was a little imprecise. I'm not talking generally as to how the various decisions of the AAT approached the issue. I'm talking about what the AAT decided in this case.
Yes, it decided that extrapolations from ATO records was not, could not be the basis of founding a debt. Yes, I agree.
Okay. And you're aware that there was no appeal from that decision?
No, that the FAR, which was produced in relation to that decision, recommended no appeal. The appeal criteria simply wasn't satisfied, and the decision was passed back to the department to be implemented.
Weren't the criteria for referring things up to DSS, which were significant questions of policy or law or matters that attracted significant media interest? Wasn't that I think it's the standing directions?
Yeah, certainly, Commissioner. This particular decision was referred up to the General Counsel.
Referred up to?
The General Counsel of the litigation.
Okay,
area.
shouldn't it have gone to DSS for consideration?
Well, I reported to the General Counsel, and I understand that he and the Chief Counsel had discussions from time to time with DSS because of this very issue that was becoming very alive in the AAT first review, because these decisions were quite common, particularly after early 2017. There were many decisions where the averaging process had been applied and where the AAT first review tribunal was consistently finding that there was no legal basis to raise a debt based on averaging on its own. So all of those decisions were referred up through the legal branch, and indeed I do believe that the FARs that related to set-aside decisions went to a mailbox in DSS and they had access to that. But over and above that, there were conversations at a high level, I understand, about what the AAT First Review Tribunal was doing. Indeed, I provided several reports on trends on several occasions. One it was directed to the Chief Counsel about the way the tribunal was handling these decisions, and consistently in those reports I recollect I made the comment that averaging in itself couldn't be the basis for the raising of a debt. I think the Department of DSS and the senior legal people within DHS were well aware of what was going on.
Okay, but the position taken by the department was it was perfectly legal to average in the absence of other information, so wasn't there an issue of law here that required appeal?
I beg your pardon, Commissioner, I didn't hear that.
Well, if they thought what was being said in this case, that extrapolation from ATO data could not support a debt because it just didn't constitute the necessary evidence, if they thought that was legally wrong because it could under the Act, why wasn't there an appeal?
An appeal in a particular case takes into account a number of considerations.
Oh, you're going to tell me that it's not in the interests of the party to, the applicant to the tribunal, and so you don't do it?
No, I think in this particular case, the recommendation not to appeal had regard to the range of relevant criteria that inform a decision as to whether an appeal should be lodged, and on balance, this particular decision didn't measure up to those criteria. And indeed, the element of this decision that found that you couldn't raise a debt based on ATO income data was correct. It was correct at the time. It was consistent with the AAT, if I could say, 2 decisions in the past, and it was consistent with the AAT first review tribunal decisions in relation to these matters, and there were hundreds of these decisions.
Mr. Sparks, can you not see this is Kafkaesque? The department's going to say that decision is right when it says you can't raise a debt based purely on averaging, but on the other hand, we're going to go right ahead on doing averaging on the basis that that's consistent with the Act. You can't have both.
Well, I wasn't involved with the PAYG OCI initiative at any stage. I never provided any legal advice about that. I was dealing with a number of cases that were flowing through from the tribunal, and in this case, the debt was relatively small, I guess, and the view of the lawyer who prepared the FAR was that it didn't satisfy the appeal criteria, and I was of a similar view.
And so the whole system ticked on averaging for years because nobody thought any individual case warranted appeal. Now, I'm not attributing all this to you, but you do see the problem.
Absolutely. I don't see how the averaging approach that was adopted in the event that a person failed to respond to the initial notice, you declared X dollars, we believe it's Y dollars. I don't believe that was ever founded on an appropriate view of the legislation. I was never party to that, though. I never gave any advice. What I was doing was providing this information to my manager and through him to the Chief Counsel and through them to DSS, that the tribunal was taking an approach which consistently said you can't average. And that view is consistent in the various reports I provided to General Counsel. It clearly was never a proper legal basis on which to raise a debt. And I was saying that in effect in my reports. But my influence in terms of the wider process, I had no influence. I was just a relatively junior lawyer in Hobart, and I had no input, no impact, and I believe I did, in the circumstances, all that I could do. I was prolific in providing evidence, details, data, case summaries to General Counsel.
Sorry, when you say General Counsel, that's...
The occupant of that position changed from time to time. I think there were probably 4 or 5 over a short period of time. But I think in relation to the Professor Carney article, I provided an analysis of that to Matthew Rosa, who was the occupant of that position at the time. And I also provided, it's in the documentation, I think, a detailed analysis of the AAT first review tribunal's approach to all of these cases, and it was consistent.
All right.
It was consistent.
Thanks. I've taken you away from Mr Scott's questioning. Mr Scott?
Thank you, Commissioner. What you say at paragraph 19 of your statement, Mr Sparks, is that the decision did not address the situation if salary records were not obtainable. Your first statement, I should say. It'll be in your main bundle.
Yes, I
Tab 2, perhaps.
paragraph 19.
Yes. Have you got that there?
Yes, I have that, yes.
Are you meaning to refer there to the directions of the tribunal, Mr Sparks?
Yes, I am.
And are you meaning to say that those directions left open to the decision maker on the remittal of the tribunal to average if salary records were not obtainable?
I think on a strict reading of the decision, no, it didn't. I think it was silent on that point. I do note that around the same time and a bit later, the AAT was making decisions where it actually addressed what might happen in the event that salary records weren't obtainable. And in some of those decisions, the tribunal was saying, if you can't get payroll information by using your statutory powers of information gathering, then at the end of the day, it's open to use the ATO records. Now, there's no doubt that that's not now the case, but it was certainly the line the AAT at first review and second review was taking, as far as my recollection goes. There were several decisions where the AAT said, as a final resort, yes, you can average. And as I say, that no doubt is not the case now, but I think it was a reasonable interpretation and view of the case law, if I can call it that, at the time.
Well, Mr Sparks, I'm not asking you about other decisions. I'm asking you about the directions in this decision.
Yes,
all right.
I believe it was silent on that point. It didn't address the situation in the event that in the event that payroll employment records weren't available.
Can we return Exhibit 6701 to the screen, please? Doc ID CTH.4750.0025.0049.
Yes.
I call out the words under the heading decision again.
Yes. No debt or debt component is able to be founded on extrapolations from Australian Tax Office records. The earning components of any recalculated debts as may be raised must be based on and confined to any fortnightly salary records obtainable in the exercise of statutory powers to do so, if set in train, and the debt amounts to be recovered.
Mr Sparks, I suggest to you that the interpretation of these directions which you just advanced are not open on any reasonable view of those directions, particularly for someone with your experience as a lawyer.
I don't necessarily agree with you. I think I was, and I guess there are two outcomes. One is that the Secretary could have decided to abandon the debt and remove it, or make a new decision, which, in my view, was available to him. And although Professor Carney doesn't specifically say or doesn't address that particular matter, I think it was reasonably open to the Secretary to consider the matter afresh, given that the weight of the case law supported the raising of a debt in the event that payroll information wasn't available. and having regard to the provisions in the Social Security Administration Act that permits the Secretary to make a new decision at any point in the appeal process. And also the wider obligations the Secretary had to administer the Social Security law.
Can I just understand your logic? You accept that averaging from ATO data per se is not acceptable under the Social Security Act, is not in conformance with the requirements. How does it improve matters that there's an absence of information from another source and inability to get information from another source? How does that change that basic premise?
Well, it certainly changed it for the AAT because the AAT was making decisions along the lines that, you know, if you can't get the information, as a last resort, you can average. And
on what logical basis could you say it, though? Can you see any logic to that? If it is not within the bounds of the Act to do it, how does it improve matters that there's been some difficulty getting other evidence?
Well, that didn't trouble the AAT in the previous decisions that I referred to in my statement. The AAT said on a number of occasions, if you can't get the evidence, then you can. The only basis on which you can raise the debt is using the taxation information and averaging.
And what legal principle underlies that, as far as you understand?
Whatever the legal principle was, obviously the tribunal found one.
Did they ever enunciate one?
Yes, absolutely.
And what was that legal principle?
No, it was simply...
it seems like a good idea.
Maybe, that's right. And I think they probably had in mind the fact that there was no other alternative. On the face of it, in a particular case, there may very well have been a debt. So I think it was, the tribunal probably had regard to that. At the end of the day, there was a requirement to protect the public purse, I guess.
So if you don't know what the debt should be, you're entitled to make it up?
No.
Well, it's close to that, isn't it? Because averaging did not produce accurate.
No, but that was the approach
results.
the tribunal was taking, and then...
Anyway, getting back to this decision, it clearly did not contemplate averaging being a permissible
No, it didn't.
of recovery. So, well, I'll leave it back to Mr. Scott.
Given that it did not contemplate that, Mr. Sparks, it's obvious, isn't it, that the direction which was given was unqualified. That is, that on the reconsideration of the decision, averaging was required not to be used, wasn't it?
Yes, I guess that's implicit in one, yes. No debt can be founded on extrapolations from Australian Tax Office records. Yes, I agree.
Could you then go to your tab 3 of your main folder, Mr. Sparks? Exhibit 3485, doc ID CTH.0010.0002.0234_R.
Tab 3. Yes. So I have that.
Now, do you agree with me that's an email chain, Mr. Sparks?
Yes, it is.
If we go to the last email on the chain, sorry, the first email on the chain on the second last page. Yep. Email from Kathy Keary on the 30th of May 2017.
Yes.
Agree with me, this email is talking about the reconsideration of the matter that have been remitted in the decision of the AAT that we've been discussing.
Yeah, that's correct.
And the issue that's identified by Ms. Keary is that for one of the employers of the relevant recipient, we were out of business and
Yes.
information from them couldn't be obtained. You agree?
Yes.
And then if we go to the next email in the chain on the page ending 0236,
Yes.
it's an email, commences with an email from Mr Barrell on the 30th of May 2017,
Yes. Yes.
identifying the issue which Ms Keary had identified in her email. You agree?
Yes.
And he asked the question effectively what to do. You agree with me?
Yes.
And then your response commences at the bottom of the page with the doc ID ending 0235 and going over to the page with the doc ID ending 0236.
Yes.
And do you agree with me that your advice is that the reconsidered decision can be made using averaging?
Yes, but only after the compulsory powers of evidence gathering have been fully exhausted.
Contrary, as you have agreed, with the express direction of the AAT.
Yes.
And if we go to the first page of the document, last four digits ending 0234, you'll agree with me, won't you, that the email at the bottom of the page indicates that your advice had been implemented?
Yes. My advice being to exhaust the evidence gathering powers that the Secretary has. Yes.
Can you explain why you gave advice as a senior and experienced lawyer within the department to act contrary to an express direction of the AAT, Mr Sparks?
The Secretary has the power to vary a decision after a person has had a AAT first review decision. The Secretary still has the power to vary that, and in the event that the Secretary does vary that and the person is in the process of appealing the first decision, then the decision as varied becomes a decision that's subject to review by the AAT second review.
All right, well, I'll ask you to go to tab 41 of your main bundle and I'll ask to be brought up on the screen section 126 of the Social Security Administration Act 1999, compilation date 19 May 2017.
Yes.
Section 126 on page 377 of the compilation.
Yes.
Is that the section you've just referred to in your answer just now?
I think that would be, yes.
And you say that gave the Secretary power on the reconsideration to act contrary to the direction of the AAT?
It gives the Secretary the power to make a new decision at any point in time with a sufficient reason to do so.
Doesn't subsection 1 make abundantly clear that power only exists in respect of a decision of an officer under the Social Security law?
Yes.
Which by reason of the AAT's decision no longer existed because it had been set aside.
Yes.
And so this provision clearly had no relevance at all.
Well, subsection 2 does say that the Secretary may review a decision whether or not any person has applied for review of the decision, and even if an application has been made to the AAT for review of the decision.
Sure, but the decision by the stage that we're talking about no longer existed, didn't it?
The decision that existed was not the decision of an officer, it was the decision of the AAT.
Yes. 126(2)(b) says even if an application has been made to the AAT for review of the decision,
Well, if it had said C, even if the AAT has made another decision altogether, you might be on stronger ground.
Perhaps. You're probably right, but I think there's an argument that in relation to B, it talks about an application being made to the AAT for review. That can be an application for a first review or a second review. If it's an application for a second review, then as a second review can only be applied for after a decision at AAT first review, then it seems to me that that does say that even if the AAT first review has made a decision, the Secretary may review that decision. And there are other provisions that support that, I believe, in that the new decision of the Secretary is substituted for the decision of the AAT first review, and that's a decision that will be reviewed by the AAT on second review.
Mr Sparks, I suggest to you that you're grasping at straws when confronted with your having given advice in 2017 to act contrary to an express direction of the AAT.
No, I disagree with the reference to clutching at straws. I've been out of the department for some time now, but the legislation, in my view, does support the view that the Secretary can make a new decision after the AAT first review has made a decision. And I can see no reason to resolve from that.
What's the point of the AAT having a power to make decisions if the Secretary can merrily change them at will?
Well,
perhaps I don't want an answer to that. Thank you. Don't worry about it.
Now, you've said on a number of occasions that you believed that there were decisions of the AAT that supported the proposition that averaging could be used once the Secretary had exhausted her evidence-gathering powers.
Yes.
And may we take it that those decisions are those which appear at paragraph 29 of your first statement?
Yes. There are other decisions that are referred to in the advice to Chief Counsel that take a similar line.
I'm sorry, I should have said for completeness also paragraph 5 of your statement, as a supplementary statement as well, which should be in the supplementary folder, Mr Sparks, tab 1.
The supplementary folder. That's correct, and that's at, I think, tab 6. In that paper to Chief Counsel, there are a number of case studies indicated, and some of those support the view that if payroll information cannot be obtained, the averaging method is acceptable.
Is the advice to Chief Counsel that which appears behind your tab 6 of your supplementary folder, which is
yes.
Doc ID CTH 4750.0026.0018?
Behind tab 6, a reference appears to be 475000260018.
Yes, and that should be Exhibit 6714, if that could be brought on the screen. Go to page 3, please. See that it refers to 2 cases under the heading AAT2 decisions.
Yes.
First is a case of Halls.
Yes.
Now, Halls was a case about New Start allowance, wasn't it?
I don't recall, but yes, I'm sure it probably was.
And a case in which the recipient actually consented to the use of averaging. Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall that.
And Proven was a case which involved a pension. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you recall that the mechanism for calculation of entitlement of a pension is that it uses an annual rate rather than fortnightly income.
I agree that Proven doesn't add anything to the picture in terms of the averaging of income for the purposes of New Start allowance. Yes, it's based on annual income. I agree that was an unfortunate reference, but there are other references in my statement to other decisions that do deal with allowances. So commentary in those decisions is relevant to this issue of averaging as a last resort.
Well, I suggest to you in none of those cases do they ever articulate a statement of legal principle to the effect that it is permissible to use averaging to calculate entitlement based on fortnightly income without the consent of the recipient and in the absence of other evidence to support the calculation.
Yes, I agree.
Thank you. Commissioner, that's the evidence of the witness.
Thank you. Ms Hagen.
Commissioner, I'm just seeking some instructions in relation to earlier instructions Mr Sparks gave.
Okay.
Mr Sparks, you gave some evidence concerning section 126 of the Social Security Administration Act.
Yes.
All right. You mentioned in your statement, paragraph 35, section 182. Now, Commissioner, what we were seeking to try to do by way of assistance is to have that section brought up. But just while we see if that can be done by the operator. Mr Spark, do I understand that you've not been in practice now for how long? When did you retire?
I retired in 2018, but I did work on contract for the department until November 2021.
And was that as a legal practitioner or as a manager?
It was as a legal practitioner. Yes.
All right. I'm not sure if it can be brought up. Paragraph 35, can we have that brought up if we can't bring up the section of the Act? No, it has been brought up now. Can you see that, Mr Sparks?
Yes, I can, yes.
I just want to give you an opportunity, if you can, to identify or indicate to the Commissioner in what way, if at all, that assists her in understanding your understanding when you were reporting on the decision of Professor Carney.
Subsection 1 provides that an officer may vary or substitute a decision after an application has been made to the AAT for AAT first review of the decision. And in those circumstances, the application is taken to be an application for review of the decision as varied or substituted. And 182 subsection 2 provides if an officer varies or substitutes a decision after an application has been made for AAT second review in relation to the decision, the AAT is taken on the AAT first review to have varied or substituted the decision under review in the way the officer did. And the application is taken to be an application for AAT second review of the decision as varied or substituted. That provides, in my view, quite clearly for the Secretary to make a decision in relation to a AAT first review decision and have that decision substituted as a decision that's taken to be before the AAT on second review.
Can you take that as a licence to make a decision contrary to the AAT Tier 1's decision?
Clearly, because an application to the AAT for second review can only be made after the AAT has made a first review decision. So I think it's quite explicit that that's something that's open to the Secretary or the delegate to do.
To make a decision contrary to the first decision?
Yes, it doesn't say there the decision has to be contrary or consistent with. In fact, the fact that a new decision is made would mean that in some way it would be different to the decision of the AAT on first review. Otherwise, there'd be no point in making that decision.
So that's the construction that you have provided by way of assistance to the Commission. Was that the view that you held in 2017?
It must have been, yes, it must have been.
Was it a view that you shared with, for example, your General Counsel?
I don't think it was an exceptional view of the legislation at the time. I mean, I don't have specific recollection, but I don't think that particular view was exceptional within the legal branch. Whether it was right or wrong, and I would probably still argue gently that it was a correct view of that provision, but I don't think it was something that was, I think, commonly held.
Do you know whether or not, or do you recall whether external legal advice was ever obtained, for example, from the AGS as to the proper construction of the Secretary's powers following the decision of the AAT?
No, I don't. Look, I have no recollection of such advice being sought. I have no recollection of seeing such advice. I think it was regarded more as a everyday, mundane sort of process. I don't think it would have been seen as exceptional by anyone requiring an external legal advice. Maybe I'm wrong in that respect, but from my recollection, that would not be an unusual view to take. And indeed, I have personally been involved in, well, certainly a good number of AAT second review decisions where the Secretary has made a new decision, has advised the tribunal on second review that that is the new decision, and that new decision then becomes the decision that is reviewed by the AAT on second review. That was not uncommon in my practice.
You don't think it might just be about the situation where the Secretary varies the decision in accordance with the first tribunal's directions?
Well, the legislation doesn't say that. That may be the case. Perhaps you can read that into it, but the legislation, I don't think, says that.
And you think it can be read as if the tribunal makes a decision which the Secretary finds inconvenient, the Secretary can just change it?
I don't think inconvenience would be a proper basis for a new decision. There has to be a sufficient basis, and inconvenience would not be one.
Well, that's pretty much the circumstance with Professor Carney's decision, isn't it? That it didn't seem to you right that this person should go without a debt, and so, given that the employer couldn't be found, the decision was effectively varied to say it'll be fine once we've made the attempt, we can now average.
I had no personal views, I would think, about whether this person had a debt or not. that wouldn't come into play. I'd worked for people on the other side of the fence when I was with Welfare Rights and argued strongly their cases. I had no axe to grind against anyone. I acted in good faith right throughout my career with Welfare Rights and with the department.
Okay, I think I've got the picture. Sorry, Ms Hagen-Doran, I'd interrupted
Nothing
you.
further, thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Mr Scott?
No further questions. Commissioner, may the witness be excused.
Yes. Thanks, Mr Sparks. You're excused.
Commissioner, thank you.
Commissioner, Ms Marsh has the balance of the evidence for today.
Thank you. Ms Marsh, how are we to refer to the next witness?
Commissioner, the next witness appears under a pseudonym.
Which is?
Which is Mr Craig Simpson.
Mr?
Mr Craig Simpson, his name...
Mr Craig Simpson.
...is otherwise known to the Commission, but the version of the statement that you have has been appropriately redacted.
Thank you.
And I should say as well, Commissioner, that that statement has already been tendered.
All right.
And the exhibit number is 5,290. If it's convenient, Commissioner, I call Mr Craig Simpson.
Yes. Now, Mr Simpson, we're calling you. Will you take an oath for an affirmation?
An affirmation, please.
Your response is, I do. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Take a seat.
Thank you, Mr Simpson. Mr Simpson, you've provided a statement to the Commission which was finalised on the 30th of January 2023.
That's right, I did.
Thank you. And that statement is true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is, yes.
Thank you. Mr Simpson, you worked as a compliance officer at Services Australia between May 2015 and December 2015?
That's correct.
And during that time, you worked in one of the expansion sites of the rollout of what we now call the Robodebt scheme.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr Simpson. You've given evidence in your statement about your background and experience in paragraphs 7 to 11. And I'd like to draw some of those points out. You hold a Bachelor of Health Science, with a public health major from the Queensland University of Technology.
That's right.
And you graduated in 2013.
That's right.
And shortly after, in January 2014, you commenced a role working for a disability employment service provider.
That's right.
And not long after that, you started working in a front of house role at Centrelink.
That's correct.
And from that role, you applied for a contract as a compliance officer.
That's correct.
Ms Marsh, is there a copy of Mr Simpson's statement I can have?
Commissioner, I understand that a copy is available to you in tab 22 of the bundle that you have. There's a number of...
No, it's not in my bundle.
My apologies, Commissioner. One will be provided to you.
Thank you. Don't wait for it. Just
My apologies, Commissioner. Mr Simpson, I'll come back to your role as a compliance officer, but before I do, I'd like to call out paragraph 11 of that statement, and ask you to expand on some of your roles since your time as a compliance officer?
Yeah, certainly. Since my time as a compliance officer, I've worked in a variety of policy and program management functions across the Commonwealth, including health and social services, emergency management and domestic security functions, as well as working as a departmental liaison officer across several departments in Parliament House.
Thank you, Mr Simpson. And would it be right to say that the evidence that you can provide to the Commission is based both on your experience and your qualifications, in addition to your impressions of working as a compliance officer?
Yes, that's right. Absolutely informed by those experiences through my degree, particularly in my early part of career, working with highly disadvantaged individuals, and then my subsequent reflections over that time.
Thank you, Mr Simpson. And my understanding is that you have a very strong sense of personal vocation which has motivated you in your professional pursuits. Can you please expand upon that?
Yeah, of course. Certainly nobody goes into a health science public health degree studying that subject matter for the money and the fortune. I studied that out of a commitment and a passion for supporting less or more vulnerable and disadvantaged members of the community, and working in a space where we could directly influence their positive social outcomes.
And would it be right to infer from your evidence that that strong sense of personal vocation inspired you to start in a role at Centrelink?
Yeah, absolutely. The Centrelink's mission and Department of Human Services mission was absolutely consistent with my values, which was Australia's fortunate to have a very good social security framework where disadvantaged individuals can access support in their time of need. And I really wanted to be a part of that system where you could directly influence the outcomes of someone to support them in that time of need.
And in paragraph 12, which I'll ask to be called out, you explain why you chose to work for Services Australia, and you say, I believed in their mission and I wanted to support vulnerable clients to access our complex welfare system and the services they were entitled to when they needed them. And my understanding is that when you first started in your front of house role, you felt like you were acting consistently with that mission. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. In the front of house role, I had direct engagements with customers, and typically nobody would come into a Centrelink when they were having a good day. And so you did have the opportunity to work with people when they were at their most disadvantaged. And for me, that was quite personally fulfilling to be able to directly affect the outcomes that those individuals were experiencing, link them in with our services, and ensure that when they left that place, they were a little bit better than when they had arrived.
And can you expand upon your understanding of the compliance role when you were applying for that role and when you were starting out?
Absolutely. So I applied for that role because I was on a non-ongoing contract at Centrelink and I needed to provide some assurance and insurance over my future. And so the role in the compliance functions were advertised as serious non-compliance and fraud control. And that was really consistent with my values, because in my experience in the private sector, working with disadvantaged individuals, I had seen how the private sector had leveraged those situations, engaging through behaviours that would verge on corruption to seek a capital advantage on the back of vulnerable individuals. And so the opportunity to enforce the integrity or to support the integrity of the welfare system was a mission that I could really get behind.
And so your understanding of the compliance role was that it was otherwise consistent with your sense of vocation and mission?
Yeah, absolutely. That it was very much about serious and systematic non-compliance and verging into that threshold on fraud. And
in your statement, you give evidence on a number of themes which I'll work through, but at a high level, would I be right in saying that your experience of working as a compliance officer was not, in fact, consistent with those values?
No, not at all. And I'm happy to expand on that. I would say categorically that the vast majority of clientele who we engaged with in the Robodebt scheme was of negligible culpability. It was at the lowest end of the non-compliance spectrum.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. I'll work through your statement chronologically, which my apologies, Commissioner, is of no assistance to you presently. But
I've got it now.
I'm pleased that may be a little more useful. I'll shift, I think, now to your experience in the role of a compliance officer. And would it be accurate to say that your first experience of that role was by way of the training that you received to commence?
Yeah, that's right. So I recall commencing on the Monday, and we spent approximately half a day doing introductions with our supervisors, and then at approximately midday on that first day, we commenced training in the processes and procedures that we would carry out.
And if I could call out paragraph 23, you indicate in that paragraph that your training, or the duration of your training, was about 2.5 days?
Yeah, absolutely. Categorically, I can say that no later than the Wednesday afternoon, we were on the phone lines doing live calls with clients, raising real debts.
And so for the 2.5 days that you were being trained, what sort of training did you receive?
There was a lot of volume to work through in that 2.5 days, and I say that in the context of having 6 months of experience in a service centre environment where I had broad exposure to a lot of the policy, and then within the context of the Robodebt environment to have 2.5 days where we focused in on very serious obligations under privacy law, under taxation law, under social security law, and that those are matters that we had to get correct. We also had to appraise ourselves of a wide variety of complex documentary evidence, complex earning scenarios, and to add on to those policy matters, the consideration of the procedures as to how we actually executed those things accurately in the system.
So did you feel ready to engage in that direct core work with clients after 2.5 days?
No, I didn't. And I say that again in the context of having 6 months of previous experience in a Centrelink, that after the 2.5 days in the Robodebt specific training, I felt at risk of making incorrect decisions, of not advising clients of their obligations and their rights, and I found it inconceivable that we could do that job accurately and professionally.
When you say we, how many people did you train with? Do you remember that?
I do, yes. And so the span of control in those training sessions was one trainer to approximately 40 to 50 new staff members.
And were you all casuals or?
So there were a very small sample of us who had come from pre-existing roles in Centrelink or human services, but the vast majority of us had come from other outside employment. And to the best of my knowledge, we were all initially engaged on a casual basis.
Right.
Or sorry, my apologies, a non-ongoing full-time basis.
A non-what?
Non-ongoing.
Oh, so...
contract.
Short-term contract.
Contract.
Yeah.
And during those 2.5 days, was the training, was it hands-on? Were you doing simulated calls? Or were the lectures? What was the nature of the training?
The nature of the training was didactic. It was driven by PowerPoint slides, and it was a trainer who was one of the supervisors standing in front of this room of 40 to 50 brand new employees, explaining through myriad PowerPoint slides the various procedures and the policy that we would carry out. That was supplemented, I believe, by a small handbook that we had to take some notes in, but for the avoidance of doubt, there was not any training environment for us to practice those procedures in on the computer. There were no worked examples of the debt calculations for us to work through. There was no job shadowing for us to witness an existing employee or a more experienced employee carrying out those systems. It was the matter of us taking what we had seen on a PowerPoint screen and being put into a live environment to start doing the thing.
And so if I could venture a summary of some of your criticisms, I'd be grateful if you could confirm whether it is accurate. So your concern was the duration of the training in the sense that there was a large volume of material in a very short period of time?
Yes, that's right. And I'd also point to some of the conspicuous absences in this training, which you may come to apologies, but that was to do with the human element of our training, that there was no consideration to the human aspect of what we were doing, the psychosocial aspect of what we were doing.
Mr Simpson, I will indeed, and I'd like to spend a bit more time on it, but before I do, would it also be right to say you had concerns about the content, in the sense that you weren't assured that you had sufficient training to accurately identify and raise debts given the complexity of the schemes?
Yeah, that's right. And so given the newness, the naivety of the scheme, there was quite substantive personal judgment involved. And we use the term eyeballing, where you would need to look at the spreadsheet and the result that had been spit out by the bespoke calculator. And there would be some circumstances where it was obvious that there was a debt under the Robodebt methodology, but other circumstances where it would be a discretionary decision on the compliance officer to make. And those were complex considerations that needed to take stock of many factors, including the nature of the client's employment, multiple employers, the financial years in which those incomes were earned, and that would be the start of some of the considerations that we made.
And would it be another accurate proposition to say that other aspects of the technicalities that you felt were inadequately presented to you were the review rights of your recipients if they disagreed with the decision?
Yeah, that's right. I think there was absolutely scope there to enhance the training in respect of the role of those decisions under social security law, but also what the rights of the recipients of those debts were. And I can certainly say anecdotally, hearing colleagues telling or advising clients that they had no right to appeal those debts because the data was based on verified information from the ATO, which, as we all appreciate under social security law, you always have a right to appeal those decisions.
And in paragraph 25, you give a few examples where you overheard colleagues mentioning propositions that you were concerned by or not knowing the answers to some of those questions. And I think one was one you just referred to, which was the proposition that a client had no right of appeal, and another that a proposition that there was some uncertainty as to the ultimate impacts of debts being raised, for example, on credit history.
Yeah, so the clients naturally had a lot of questions about these debts that had been raised. Some of those questions we were receiving were what should have been quite straightforward questions to answer. And so one of those was whether the debts we were raising would affect their credit history. Another was whether the debts we were raising would affect their future entitlement to welfare payments. And then, as I express, those should have been quite straightforward questions to answer, but my colleagues, I had heard them telling clients that they weren't sure, which I can only imagine the fear that must have instilled in welfare recipients when they're hearing that they're not sure whether their future entitlement to income support payments is going to sustain after this debt has been raised.
And that is another part of your evidence that I wanted to go to, and you've alluded to it as well, which is whether you received appropriate training on the human aspect of dealing with welfare recipients in stressful situations.
My response to that can be very brief. There was no training on the psychosocial or the human aspect of the training. we were fortunate that among the staff there were a number of us who had extensive experience working with highly complex and disadvantaged individuals. Myself and there were a number of other colleagues from the community sector or others who had been psychologists in previous lives, but there was no explicit focus on the extensive human element that there was to this role. And I found that really alarming because the matters we were working with were extremely sensitive and in many, many cases causing a great deal of psychological distress.
So would it be right to say that if a compliance officer had those skills, it would be incidental to their role rather than a product of the training?
Yeah, that's right. And for me, the reflection there is that it meant the experience and the customer care that an individual received was entirely subject to the random individual who answered that phone call or who made that phone call to them. And that is just antithetical to the human services and the Centrelink model in respect of receiving the same advice, the same standard of care, regardless of which phone line you call and which person you speak to in the organisation.
So would it be right to say that the customer experience was highly variable?
Yes, that's correct.
To expand further on the customer experience, and I'm conscious that you provide some more specific evidence on that in paragraphs 28 to 34 of your statement, I wondered if we could call out paragraph 29, which commences, "I found the calls tough on a personal level." Could I ask you to expand upon that?
Yeah, I can. And so I found those calls really challenging for a couple of reasons. One was because I certainly knew from my background and my work experience working with complex individuals with significant barriers that those individuals had a much more difficult time navigating our welfare system. Our welfare system is complex for the best of us. It was complex for employees, it was complex for my supervisors, it was complex for subject matter experts. And then when you take a highly disadvantaged individual who may have multiple and compounding vulnerability indicators, which is the term we use, and that may include being a single parent, having substance abuse issues, having significant cognitive or mental health barriers, and you're attempting to persuade and motivate and assist these people to apply with these very complex welfare requirements, those are two very incompatible factors.
And if I could now call out paragraph 31, I wanted to ask if you could expand a bit on this statement. "The Centrelink customers I spoke with were distressed that they may have done the wrong thing, and they were scared that they might be treated as criminals for owing a debt to the Commonwealth."
That was absolutely the rhetoric that we were fed through the training and through the job role, was that the debts that we would be raising would be at the most serious or more serious end of non-compliance. And by that extent, when we were communicating with customers, I don't think the nuance there between accidental non-compliance, when the person had been genuinely attempting to comply with their requirements in an extremely complex system, and individuals who were exhibiting signs of deception, I don't think that nuance was appreciated. And so these individuals were being treated with that very blunt instrument where they were being characterised as individuals who had deliberately or willfully misled the department in order to obtain a benefit.
And that wasn't your impression of the majority of your customers, was it?
No, that was my impression of the absolute minority. I can count on one hand the number of cases I had where there was an indication of dishonesty or deception, and for the most part, the absolute majority of those cases were subject to a client needing to navigate a system where they had to declare their income according to an arbitrary Centrelink fortnight, which may include multiple jobs that the client was working in, and otherwise what you would call absolute accidental non-compliance at the lowest end of culpability.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. I wanted to now move on to the next two paragraphs, which are paragraphs 32 and 33, where you talk a bit about the role of the social worker and the interaction between compliance officers and social workers. Could you expand upon how calls out to social workers worked from a compliance officer perspective?
Certainly. So part of the advice we were given for handling distressed clients was to refer them to a social worker, but in our environment, that was not an immediate handoff. To put it in very simple terms, we would raise a job in the system on that client's record, and that would then go onto the queue for a social worker to contact them. But it's important to understand that in the context of what the social worker's role was in Centrelink, and I had the benefit of my front of house experience to know that the role of the social worker was to intervene in the most acute of circumstances, and that may have been when the individual was attempting to escape domestic violence, when they had been released from prison, when they were in the midst of a psychotic episode. And by the nature of the demand for those resources, there simply wasn't sufficient to be referring these clients to those social workers. In my experience in front of house, it would not have met the threshold for doing that.
So would it be right to say that there's both a triage problem and a resourcing problem in terms of that process? Mr. Simpson, I wanted to move to the last few parts of your statement. Firstly, to management responses to staff concerns, which is at paragraphs 35 to 37. You had earlier indicated that you had some concerns about your training. Did you raise those concerns?
Yeah, I raised those immediately after the training on the afternoon of day 3. So when we were sat down at the computers, I went to my supervisor and expressed to her that I did not feel comfortable to commence that work based on that highly compressed training that we had received, and I asked her if she would be in a position to model some of those calls for us. And I received a very summary and very blunt response that it was not her job to know my job.
And did you otherwise raise concerns throughout the time that you were working in the role of a compliance officer?
Myself and a number of my colleagues raised concerns periodically throughout our employment, and it would generally come initially both through the experience of encountering circumstances where we weren't sure what we were supposed to do because the procedures and our standard operating procedures hadn't catered to these myriad bespoke circumstances that we were encountering. But I also raised it on a number of times when there were clear and obvious examples where the client was being disadvantaged because of the broad assumptions that we were taking to their employment income, and that occurring where they had no competing documentary evidence to augment what we had received from the tax office.
And so the concerns you were just referring to, am I right in summarising those concerns as concerns about the averaging methodology used?
Yeah, that's correct. That was quite plain to many of us from the earliest circumstances where we had raised those concerns, as I say, about the clear and obvious examples where it was producing incomes which were based on invalid assumptions and disadvantageous assumptions against the client. And it was a matter where we were accepting this disadvantageous evidence until it was contradicted by advantageous evidence.
And what was the response when you raised those concerns, particularly about averaging?
The management, in their response to us when we raised these concerns, we were advised that we were not responsible for the policy, and that it was not our role to be questioning the policy. It was our role to administer and to carry out the policy.
And was that approach taken in respect of all of the concerns that you were raising, or just some of them?
That was the blanket response. It was quite infantilising, to be honest. I think there were a number of us who identified the very real concerns with what we were doing, and we were in essence told to shut up.
And I wanted to now move on to the second last paragraph, or the last heading rather, which is performance drivers and KPIs. And if I could call out paragraphs 38 and 39. You commenced by saying, I believe the management responses I described above, being those in respect of raising concerns, were driven by performance measures for the scheme. Can you expand upon what you mean by performance measures for the scheme?
Yeah, so my reflection on the performance measures was that it was an absolute fixation on KPIs, and I use that term very deliberately. We were rung up as statistics on a spreadsheet, and it was done in a respectful enough way. We were de-identified against our colleagues to show where we're all ranking, but we were having meetings at least bi-weekly where we would be brought in to show the volume of calls that we were raising and the number of debts that we were raising, and that was augmented with the average time that it was taking us to perform that work, and then also in blunt terms, how much time we were spending at the computer, how much time we were spending in the toilet, and a variety of other workplace adherence measures.
So would it be right to say that the focus was on raising debts at the expense of accuracy and customer experiences?
It was a total obsession with getting numbers, and we weren't privy to what the KPIs were. We were just told whether we were meeting them or not, and there was absolutely no consideration. We had no metrics to do with customer welfare. We had we weren't privy to metrics on the accuracy of the debts other than for it to be sent back to us when we did one wrong. But it was so much about the number of calls made and the number of debts that we raised, and it just wasn't a proportionate balance against the quality of work rather than the quantity of work.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. When, at the beginning of your evidence, you talked about the mission that you believed you would be serving as a compliance officer. And you've also given evidence that you think that your job fell short of that.
Mm.
Can you tell me if that was part of the motivation for you to leave?
Yeah, I became very disillusioned with what we were doing, and it was completely incompatible with my personal values. And I reached that conclusion after attempting through the formal workplace arrangements to raise these concerns, because there's always going to be policies that we don't agree with and that we have to administer. It's part of the job. But the issue here for me was that it was so clear and obvious that what we were doing was just categorically wrong and morally bankrupt, that it was just incompatible with my values, and I had no interest in continuing to deliver that role. So after 2 months, in what had otherwise been a really fulfilling time for myself in human services and in Centrelink, after 2 months in Robodebt, I made the decision that it wasn't a cause that I could support, and I had no interest in supporting it, and it was frankly embarrassing that I was there and supporting that policy objective, so I sought outside employment.
Mr. Simpson, I just wanted to conclude by drawing out paragraph 47 of your statement, when you say, "The job left me psychologically unwell from the tasks we were required to carry out. It was a test of integrity to do it every day and to my fullest ability. Each day I came home feeling depressed. I spent a lot of my time outside work thinking how much longer I could do it for and how I could find another job so I could leave. Can you expand upon the impact that doing that work had on your psychological state?
Yeah, it made me feel unwell. It made me feel a little bit inhuman, and it was antithetical to what I'd gone to human services to do, where I had gone to human services to support vulnerable individuals, and in my mind I'd in fact become part of a problem and part of a public narrative which was demonising welfare recipients for accessing the services that they are entitled to. And so every afternoon I was coming home and I was asking myself, can I do this for another week? Can I do this for another month? Can I do this for another 6 months? And I think part of that came with the recognition that the work we were doing had very real consequences. And the example I always give to people is I can specifically recall individuals who I made decisions against, who I had to make decisions against, and one of them being a single mother living in a caravan park with 3 children and raising a debt against her of $13,000 and effectively asking, how would you like to pay today? And it's the appreciation of those consequences and that these are people that we are dealing with. And to me, it's not clear that there was any consideration that there was a human element to what we were doing, either in respect of the clients or the employees who were delivering this role.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Commissioner, I don't have any further questions.
All right. Mr. Simpson, you may have said this at the outset, but this is the 2015 pilot that later became the automated online system in 2016. That's right?
That's correct.
You were working in the manual intervention.
That's correct.
Phase. Thank you. Anything, Ms. Hagen?
Commissioner, you've anticipated the questions I was going to just to seek to further clarify with the witness for your assistance. When you commenced at Centrelink in the beginning of 2015, and you became a compliance officer in June 2015.
That's right.
You say in paragraph 16 of your statement that you referred to having been provided guidance by the pilot program. Do we take it from that you weren't part of the pilot program?
No, so I was part of the expansion site, and so I make that comment because we had floor walkers. We had 3 floor walkers to our staff of approximately 60 people across that site who were providing the assistance to deliver real-time calls, and those floor walkers attended from the pilot site to the initial expansion site, which I understand we were in Brisbane.
And so the period in which you worked as a compliance officer and gave the Commission insights into your experience is from late June 2015 to December 2015?
That's correct.
And that was before the online compliance scheme portion of the Robodebt scheme had been rolled out, but was the PAYG manual compliance period?
I'll take your guidance on that.
All right. That's all I wish to raise by way of a clarification, Commissioner.
Ms. Marsh? Ms. Marsh, would you like
yes,
Mr. Simpson
Commissioner, my
excused?
apologies.
Oh, sorry, did you have a question?
Sorry, my apologies, Commissioner. I was just consulting my notes. And I just wondered, arising from those questions, Mr. Simpson, whether your articulation of the work that you did in paragraph 4 provides some clarity, which is to say, in that role, I was involved in the rollout of the Robodebt scheme, by which I mean we were tasked with delivering systematic earned income reviews using annualised data from the ATO. We used the annualised income data from the ATO to infer averaged fortnightly incomes without methodological consideration to the nature of the client's employment status. Am I right in understanding that that's your understanding of, in a sense, the rollout?
That's correct.
Thank you.
And you were a rapid response team, I think you said somewhere in your statement.
I think that's how they cast us.
All right, can Mr. Simpson be excused?
Yes, thank you.
Thanks for your time, Mr. Simpson. That's been very helpful. Thank you. We will adjourn till Monday morning at 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned until 10 a.m. on Monday.